But no matter how many times some people try this dance, they just can't seem to get it. But not this reporter, huh?
No 2 left feet for you.
That's
huh?
right. Can you show me that move one more time?
Well, there are no mistakes, just variations.
Okay.
It goes like this. Swivel, swivel, kick, kick.
Okay, I think I
that?
got it. Okay. Woo-hoo!
No, that's a
Get in.
variation.
And stay with me because I'm going to do one of these things. Hoo-hoo! 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 Okay, I think I got it. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Woo-hoo! Did I get it?
Not quite.
Nano says the technique helps people find their natural rhythm and encourages self-expression. The music varies as much as the movements. Students bounce, kick, and jump around to African, Latin, and rock music. They even climb on top of each other. One student says dance kinetics has benefited her more than she could have ever imagined. For an hour and 15 minutes, these students escape from their daily grind and leave feeling rejuvenated. In Northport, Alyssa Coleman, News 12, Long Island.
Oh, that's not for everybody.
Self-defense means meeting violence with violence. First a warrior, all else is folly.
I'll just bring Paul over here. We had the Adam's apple. The hand makes a circle and chops into that brainstem. That's a knockout point. Thank you, Paul. I come right in and attack the Adam's apple. Thank you, Paul. So you poke from here right into the eye. Thank you, Paul. I hit him, comes flying back. If I miss, into there. Thank you, Paul. As you can see, there's a lot of force. Thank you, Paul. And we're squeezing hard behind the windpipe. Thank you, Paul. I follow through with the strike. Thank you, Paul. Wham, like that. Thank you, Paul. Kick, like that. Thank you, Paul. Coming right down on the skull. Thank you very much, Paul. 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 Out of that circle.
By following McSweeney's self-defense, you're going to be able to maintain a strong, healthy body and to protect it throughout your entire lifespan, or until you become disabled or fragile and weak.
There you go. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Paul. Look at Catch Lisk is already in here like, thank you, Paul. Did you see before, Catch Lisk, when I bring you up, we are going to talk dance kinetics immediately before we get into the heavy stuff. You guys, welcome, welcome. I'm super excited tonight. We're not doing a super long intro like usual. Usually we like to go, 30 minutes to a fucking hour before we get to the shit. But tonight we have a very, very, very special guest. He's going to be here in just a moment after I give you some Marcus updates. And if you have any questions about Lisk, the Long Island serial killer, Rex Heuermann, or anything related to that case, you can drop it in the chat. I'm pretty sure I may have written down and carefully studied and gone over 1,000 times more questions for this than I had for Duty Ed about shrimp. And about the FBI. I believe for his FBI questions, I had 36. And now I'm up to about 72 with the shrimp questions for Duty Ed and the forensics questions. For Catch Lisk, I definitely, Raul, I had to narrow it down. I think I had 110 or 111. And I was like, oh, shit. Oh, you didn't hog it? You were the guest, Laura. You were the guest. Also, I had a lot of questions for Laura, but she answered them all. So I kind of I really enjoyed it. It felt like having someone guest host for you. I could just go to the toilet with my headphones on, put my wireless on and listen to Laura and walk the dog. And I just learned so much. It was fantastic. I absolutely enjoyed having her on. And after the sentencing, I want you to come back and talk about it. I have to say, Colby's YouTube making me cry like crazy. Couldn't stop watching him give his assessment. Did not realize that Colby was the one who pointed out oh, maybe that's her Botox injections. I was like, damn, son. Colby does not hold back. I told you guys that kid's brutally honest. Absolutely love watching him kind of extrapolate all the emotions and go in depth, not extrapolate. Like I don't know what the word is I'm thinking of, but go in depth on his emotions and kind of untangle them in front of people. It's something absolutely new, I think, that we don't really get to see that much. Usually we'll see Twitter meltdowns from people, but Colby will go on there and he will give his full assessment of everything that's going on, and he will be very raw and very yeah, he's like Rudy of true crime. Like, I want to carry him out of the football stadium and be like, it's okay, Notre Dame will rise again. Which, by the way, I used to call it Notre Dame all the time because I saw that in a movie and it turns out it's Notre Dame. Yeah, contextualization, that is a perfect word. It's very interesting. We never get to see stuff like that. And I say get to because it's a privilege to get to hear from someone who has so much going on in his life. He doesn't need us in his business, and he doesn't owe anyone an explanation, a reason. He doesn't owe anyone shit. He's just doing it to educate. I think that people often forget, the family members of people who do horrible things are oftentimes victims, just like the victims are of those people. So he is giving us an insight that I think is going to absolutely and hopefully change the way a lot of people evaluate, respond to, and cover true crime. Because before, and I say before, meaning like before him, before Melissa Moore, before Carrie Rawson, hell, before maybe we'll see more from Victoria, who knows? And I say more because I feel like she's, I don't know, maybe I'm reading too much into it, but I feel like very subtly, she's kind of like, listen, I don't give a damn, I'm processing, and I kind of respect it. A lot of people have been picking apart like her clothes and stuff, and I'm like, okay, well, fucking, you're gonna say that and support John Ray? Come on, everybody dresses a little, different from time to time, but I feel like some people express themselves in different ways, and I feel like the way Colby has chosen to do it really brings more dignity, if anything, to the victims than allowing people to create shit in the news and create problems that the other victims, they don't need. You know what I mean? Like creating this fake, almost like it's Rex's wife versus all the victims. It's Colby's mom versus all of the victims. No. That's not what it is. It's Rex and the victims. It is fucking Lori and the victims. Like, their family has nothing to do with it at this point. And I think it's really important for people to see that. I think that they're going to be more respectful of the case, and more cases knowing, that this affects other people. In addition to the victims, it affects their family too. You just got to fucking watch what you fucking say and be like very, very direct. Yeah, I'm not going to roast her on that. I think that it is trauma. I think she's going through a lot of trauma, and I've seen a lot of people roast her for her clothes. And I'm like, don't you dare. First of all, she's an artist. You know what I mean? All artists dress wacky. I watch wrestling, for fuck's sake. Have you seen the way wrestlers dress? Like, not just in wrestling, like beyond. I mean, we sit here and we glorify Lady Gaga in a meat dress, and then we get upset because someone wears a scarf with a squirrel on it. Like, get the fuck over yourselves. Like, not you guys, but the people picking her apart. It feels wild. And I really can't, I can't believe the straws that people grasp at just to torture others who they don't know. And I can't believe, it's really wild how many women catch shit for the shit their husbands and dads do just in general. And when it comes to things like, murders, molestations, horrible crimes, shooting up places, whatever the crime is, like, it always seems to be like, it always falls back on their kids or their wife or their husband or their parents. And sometimes, like, if it's a kid who commits a crime and it's a parent who's not parenting, okay, that's totally different. But when we're talking about someone who did something and parents did everything they could, or family didn't know, for fuck's sake, like, it's just really, really wild how many people want to place all this anger and hate on somebody else who's possibly going through like a very severe trauma. And yeah, I have to give it to Colby too, because Also, we forget the boys, the men, you know, if a woman does something bad, they're often going to catch shit too. So this is also like another thing that we haven't really seen before. And I think it's going to be really good just in general for showing that, you know, it doesn't matter what gender you are, what your sexual preferences or orientation. It doesn't matter if you're married or if you're single, if you have kids or you don't. It doesn't matter if you're black or white. All these things don't matter. Anyone can be a victim of anyone in different ways. And I think that it's really important to be very sensitive when it's something this serious. And I think that Colby giving his voice to this really odd situation he's been put in is going to help dramatically. Yeah, we do like our taste in clothing, don't we? Artistes. It does feel gross to go after his family, and I don't agree with some of the choices they've made, but oh my God, I'm not going through that. Yeah, it is hard too. And also, I tell everybody, just kind of remember, like, these people have nothing now. Like, their whole house has been stripped from them. And if we find out later that they were just Mr. Burnsing in an attic, like, ooh, let's help dad, that's different. But it seems that they were gone the whole time. And by it seems, I mean, it has been proven in evidence in court filings. So everybody needs to fucking chill, in my opinion. But you know who doesn't need to chill? You know who absolutely doesn't need to chill because they're fucking on the ball all the time? I'll show you. His name is Catch Lisk. What is up, Raul? How are you doing? I tried to unmute you. It says the guest chose to mute that. There you are.
I'm unmuted now. Now
Now
you can't stop me. Now I'm gonna fucking talk all night.
There we go. I'm out. I just leave you here and abandon you. How are you doing, man?
I'm doing okay. I'm tired. It's been a long few weeks. Court is draining. Just the process. I don't live that close. I'm in Brooklyn, so to go all the way out to Suffolk County, it's a journey. But
wait, you're like an hour and a half away, right? Is that how long that's how long it took for me to get from Brooklyn to Long Island when I took the train, but I also don't know the train system. So
yeah, it's and I'm an early bird anyway, so it's not that big of a deal. And I like to be there at least 2 hours before anything.
Yeah.
So for me, I just need to be there. Like it's something I have to do. It's a compulsion. It's a need, you know, especially when I know the families aren't going to be there. And, you know, I let people know, I let them know that, you know, if it's okay, I'll stand in instead of the families to be there. So, you know, I'm good. It's just, you know, there's always a lot going on. And there was, you know, the court, the couple of days, and we did a webinar last night with Light the Way and the Gabby Petito Foundation, which was very heavy and emotional. And, you know, it's just what you do when you find yourself, you know, doing things like this. It's, you know, it's just how you do it.
Yeah, it's like your calling. That was actually, you just knocked out 2 of my questions. Thanks, Raul. One of them, but no, I'm happy about it. One of them was what compels you. And everybody asks that question, I'm sure. But I think that for those of you who don't know, all the fancy maps that you see, and I say fancy because they are so complex, they are so well done. We're not talking about Gray Hughes maps. We're talking about like, and yes, I threw a little shade at someone, but I'm talking about maps that you click on it gives you full witness descriptions. Here's a link to news sources. Here's exactly the time, the date, and everything is 100% accurate. Before I knew that you created and ran a lot of those, I saw them and I'm like, well, let's make sure this is all accurate because this is insane. There's a lot more than I had on my little stupid maps. And then I look and I'm like, oh shit, this goes back to the beginning of time. That's why there's more. Oh my God, look at the detail. And then I'm sitting here going, did the girl from Charlie Project make this? Because it is, you remember she made everything by hand and it was so thorough. Yours is a visualization that nobody else, in my opinion, from what I've seen, nobody else has made anything like it since maybe the serial killer highway mapping project and maybe even Charlie Project. Like, we really haven't seen a lone individual take on something so massive, but then to open it up, I believe, to like a public forum where other people can help you or contribute or reach out to you. I think that it is something that was so sorely needed. And my question to you first was, what compelled you to get on that? Is it because you saw there is a need for this? Or is it because it's something that interests you? Like, what was it that made you go, I have to chart every single missing and murdered individual in New York? And then I guess did you stretch it out from there? Or was it something else? Like, how did you start that?
I mean, it started with a friend of mine who never had the time because of their research to do a visualization. So I said, well, I have some time and, I'll mess around. And I went through several different map iterations before just deciding on Google Maps. It just seemed like an easier process. So I started with Google Maps. Yeah. And, I started off with, I put Shannon on first, Shannon Gilbert. And then I've been in that area. I know that area left and right, but to see it all, and to place all the girls and Asian Doe and Peaches toddler, to put them all on the map and really see it, you start to really understand, like, in a way, it's geo-profiling. Like, all right, here are the victims. What do we have on Ocean Parkway? Robert Moses, you have the Meadowbrook, the Wantagh, and you have ways in and out. And then for me, I just started adding all of the possible list victims, Sugar Bear and Tanya Rush, and the Brooklyn murders. And from Brooklyn you can realize, oh my God, you can just go right over the Marine Park Bridge, right into Rockaways, around the loop. It's been a long day. You go over the Atlantic Avenue Bridge into Long Beach, etc., and that takes you to Ocean Park. So in any event, you just found out ways for him. At the time was unknown for this killer to come in and out and around and pick up and dispose of, especially when we knew that he was centered in the Massapequa area in that box. From there, it goes, all right, so if this is where he's centered and he's picking up someone from the city or from Brooklyn or from Hauppauge, what's the way to get to where they were finally placed, sadly. So then it intrigued me to start geo-profiling everything. And then from there, it's like, all right, I have the attributed list victims. I have some possibles. I need more. So I just started going down these different paths. I put all of the missing, murdered women from Long Island on there. So Suffolk County, Nassau County. And while I was doing this, I keyed into something that I don't know what was really out there. And I'm not laying claim to it because that's for other people to do. But, I keyed into the stature and the physical characteristics of the attributed victims. Anywhere from 4'11" to 5'4", strawberry blonde hair, dirty blonde hair, 110 approximately. But then I hit on the hazel eyes.
In the summer. That's a big thing that stood out to me is the summertime.
Yeah.
I didn't even notice that until, for me, it was the dates. For you, it's the physical. That's another great thing about this, about visualization. And honestly, like, how do you feel looking at this map? Because half of me is thrilled, like excited, almost celebrating, like someone's finally fucking doing this. And then the other half of me is like incredibly sad seeing you can't even see some of these states. There's so many people.
Yeah. I think it's funny because, well, I'll tell you what I mean by that. So I had about 55 people on the map, and I just started searching other maps, and I came across on Reddit a monster map. If you think my map is insane, this other map is just like 20 times worse or better. But like they had everything. And they had an algorithm from NamUs that just whatever something got put on NamUs, it went into their map. But what I noticed was that there were people that aren't on their map that ought to be on their map. There were cases that were resolved and done that were never on their map or still left on their map. And then what I realized most importantly, and I got this advice also at the same time from Peter Vronsky, who really does everything pertaining to Richard Cottingham.
Yeah.
He's like, I needed to see it chronological. And I was like, that's brilliant.
Yeah.
So I started making my map chronological. And then that became solely unique. There's no other map
There isn't.
that is chronological. And once I started doing chronological, as I was adding people in, I realized, wait a second, if I start off with a missing person, let's just say 1980, January 1, 1980, and if I have every unidentified there, I can easily scroll up on my map through the dates for any other unidentified with similar characteristics of the missing person. And from there, I can build a list. Now, and I've done this for several different law enforcement agencies. They give me a missing person. They give me some structured information, and I can give them a minimum of a dozen in 15 minutes. So in a couple of cases, that's given a detective with 0 leads. The case is cold. He can't do anything more. He doesn't know where to go. And I was like, well, here's 17 new possible leads. And, I over the 2.5 years that I've been working on this map, it has solved 4 cold cases.
Hold on, wait. That was my next question. How many cases have been solved? 4? That's also insane. I thought it would be like maybe 1 or 2. Like, no disrespect, but like, you would think that law enforcement would be a little more on. I'm not trying to blame them, but it kind of goes to show the resources at their disposal when it comes to this type of shit. Not many.
Yep.
NamUs has, 17 to 20% of people in NamUs. So a lot of people think if I don't see a body in NamUs, it doesn't exist. It's not true.
It's not true.
It's just not being kept up, if you will, or maintained. The FBI has 2 or 3 databases that they can use to go over very specific things. But again, like he said, chronologically speaking, and they have to go by UCR crime reports. There's like a lot of different cases that don't get put in the system, are outdated because they're pre-1984, pre-1994 for CODIS, for example. CODIS started in 94. So relying on those kinds of databases aren't going to be as fruitful as having this visual. And also, 2.5 years? That's it.
I think May 22nd, I think, is 3 years. And to be honest, like I had no drive to do what I do now with it. I wanted to just solely focus on LISC, and really look at how profound this person might be.
Yeah.
So it really became that. And then I think 2 years ago, I was someone reached out to me, a producer in England. They were working on a podcast called The Girlfriends. It was focused on Gail Katz.
Okay.
And it was a very interesting and horrible story what happened to her, but they're still looking for her remains. So I'm like, all right, so I can build a list, which I did, but it wasn't viable enough. And I was like, there's an uncharted territory of like the yellow hearts that you see there. Yellow heart means the sex is undetermined, or it could be a skull, or a femur that they can't necessarily tell male or female, so it's they're ungendered. So then I started for the Girlfriends podcast. I started doing all of the East Coast of all the yellow hearts. So all the yellow hearts on the East Coast, from Maine all the way down to Florida, became to support the Girlfriends podcast and the search for Gail Katz. And as I was doing that, then I said, holy shit, I got to get everything done. I literally have to do the entire country, because the impact that this could have, if people knew how to use it, could be profound. So that's when, once the Girlfriends podcast, my part in that was done, which led to some really important information. I'll share that in a second. I went Banshee, and I was all about the unidentified. I was all about getting them on the map. And, I don't know if it's pride. I can say proudly, but I'm pleased that I have every unidentified that's in NamUs and many that are not on NamUs on the map. So
we've referenced your maps before when talking. We did a whole 2-episode series about NamUs, how to cross-reference to find someone. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I just have to tell you, we cross-referenced, and I explained this to people, like, you're not going to find any other database that has as much as NamUs, but there's a map. And I do think that if people want to do their part in really searching for someone, when they get to NamUs, they often will stop and they'll say, well, it's not in there. Where do I go now? And your map is, I think they should go to your map first, because yes, you did. Like, you charted everything. And I don't know if people can see this. No other map exists, not even in Canada, where they have the highest concentration of this one specific minority, which is missing and murdered Indigenous women. There is no other map that also signifies where the missing and murdered Indigenous women and men are. So you have also separated that. And you have, and you have the rainbow, like you've separated it by, you've got gender, you've got I guess sexual preference, right? Because it is a problem. There's a lot of trans women getting murdered in Dallas. Like, that's a problem, and it's a cluster. And there's a cluster in California. There's a small cluster, I believe, in Iowa. There's a real problem with these specific minority groups getting overlooked. You have the only map that exists that visualizes that, and it's complete. Like,
so the rainbows came about when I spent untold amount of time on Asian dough, and I think a month or two before Rex was arrested, I posted my theory, whatever. I laugh at it now, but that list was bisexual. And in preparation of that, I put all of what I could determine as, LGBTQ, trans, cross-dressers, what have you, on the map. And I wanted to not separate them. I wanted them included, but I wanted them represented in something familiar to them. So I used the rainbow. And, the rainbow, it means a lot to me, even more now, after the whole DEI and NamUs scrubbed all of those kind of verbiage markers. And, when that happened, I worked in tandem with one of the people from the Trans Dough Network, just so that we can make sure that between them and me, we had that database secure. And that was important. And it was important to me for the most part because they're unidentified. I care very much for the unidentified, but I care about all people. So whether you're, Black, white, Chinese, Asian, gay, like it matters nothing to me. You're unidentified, and the unidentified really have, blazoned something on my soul. So it's important to me. They're all super important to me. And as far as the indigenous, I have the dark squares with the hand for the males. I have a light gray hand for the females. And they're so underrepresented. It's maddening. And I've begged for contacts, and I've made some inroads into getting the complete listing, supposedly from many indigenous tribes, about the 4,000 plus missing and unidentified. I want that so I can put it on the map and get these folks some sort of placement, visual placement, where any other sleuth can use the map. And again, start with that missing person date and go up, or start with the unidentified and scroll down and look for matches. Indigenous should be relatively simpler to find, because of the characteristics. But the huge rabbit hole there is that they're not all documented and they're not all in databases. So
Yeah,
Tiff,
that's
no,
true.
there isn't one unified MMIW map, but you can use my map to look for them all. The women are in the light gray squares with the red hand.
And by the way, that's a good point. He just said something very important. The women are in. So in the missing and murdered indigenous movement, there are a few maps that I found, but that's a big thing they don't do is they don't really show the men as much. And it's not a criticism. It's just the missing and murdered indigenous women's movement is called that because it focused on women at first. Again, nothing wrong with that. However, you know, there's a lot of missing and murdered indigenous people in general, older people, younger people, but namely a lot of men too. And this is the first map I've seen that charts them all in one cohesive unit. And also there's something that your map doesn't have that makes me extremely thrilled. Can you guess what that is?
No, I'm tired. It's I'm exhausted. So tell me.
I'll just tell you. You don't separate the women who are prostitutes.
Oh my
I
God,
call
no.
them sex workers. A lot of the charting for women who have been murdered in general, you always kind of see a subcategory or you'll see keywords. And oftentimes, at least in the solo projects where it's one person doing it, I've seen a few pop up on WebSleuth where they're like, I'm working on this project. They'll have a signifier that says like prostitute or working girl or sex worker. And while I think that, you know, that can be a line to investigate or something that's used as a tool to figure out maybe what happens to someone based on their work, it's not really the main focus. And I think that it is really responsible to have a map that doesn't necessarily just highlight that.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted it to be equitable. So if I'm gonna put in, you know, sex worker or survival worker, then I have to put in construction worker. I have to put in banker. I have to put in lawyer, and there aren't enough layers and enough icons for that. So you know, just treating each of them as a human being, as a person. If you're an adult female and you're missing, you're gonna have a dark red eye icon. If you're murdered, or you know, if you're no longer alive and you're an adult female, you're a dark red heart. If you're a minor, you're a pink heart. Light blue for the boys. You know, it just felt like the only right way to go. And that map isn't perfect. I find flaws in it, you know, literally every damn time I'm on it. And I would love it to be better.
It's as close to perfect as we have. We don't have any other resource like this as a public. I mean, again, law enforcement have their own systems, but I'm talking as a public. Like if you're somebody who has a missing or murdered person in your life, which unfortunately I do. My old roommate Carl went missing in Mexico, and we don't think he's alive. But I can tell you his ex-fiance would have to go view so many bodies and cadavers because in Mexico they tend to cut limbs off, namely heads. So imagine having to walk into a room with 70 bodies and look at ankles for a tattoo. Like having to make trips to do that is extremely taxing on someone.
So that's the other thing I did too while doing the map. I noticed on Facebook there's a group called Unidentified Tattoo Project, and it seemed to have gone cold for a couple of years. I reached out to them, never got a response, and I'm like, well, fuck it. I'm just going to create a database of tattoos of the unidentified. And stupid me. I mean, I guess I'm a broken clock, you know, write twice a day. And then I realized, you know, well beyond into the map that the tattoo database I have now is for the unidentified person's tattoos, missing person's tattoos, and missing person tattoos that have no image, just a description. So, I created that database. Like everything related to this map has evolved into so many other projects that are, when used in tandem, is in my opinion a resource. So
We put your tattooed, by the way, anybody who's watching who has the OSINT handbook, which is going to be made available. I haven't told them this yet, but I'm thinking my 2-year channel, like thank you to everyone, is I'm just going to put it all on a Google Doc so that everyone can access it. But it's a list of OSINT resources. Your tattoo map is on there, and it has helped so much with a couple of people who've reached out to me to ask, is there anything that I can do because the cops aren't communicating with me? Because that's my big thing, is like, oh, the cops don't want to talk to you. Let me talk to them. Yeah. And believe it or not, for some reason, somehow I got a couple of homies across the US who have been very cool, who are ex-LE, current LE, FBI people. And, I'll just toss them over to them like, hey, talk to this dude. And then he'll somehow get people in touch or get people talking, or I'll try to talk to the investigators. And they have been wildly successful with using your tattoo map because, there was one in Dallas recently we used it on, and it was very wild, the amount of people on Reddit who were like, check out this map. It's on here. Like, I think that these maps have helped in ways that maybe you don't even know yet, but it is, again, that's another resource. Never had it until you came along.
Yeah, and you had mentioned that law enforcement has their own like map resources. Not really. Like
not good.
They really don't have it as comprehensive as that. And we
I should have said database, because it's not even a map.
Yeah,
that's what
I'm sure they have. Yeah, they have significant resources. I'm just a schmuck, playing around with a map. But
but that's what they need, though, Raul. They don't have a map. They have a database where you have to type in keywords, and some people don't work like that. I don't work like that. I need visualization. And I've spent my life having to create those visualizations for myself. And I know a lot of other people who work that way. You have created something that is exactly what I think people need to see it sometimes. It's like when, I don't know if you ever had this experience, like in math class where something doesn't click, and then you have one teacher or one tutor or another student who explains it, draws it, and then you go, oh shit, I get it now. And now you can do math.
Yeah.
I think that your maps have that. You can even, just looking at it right now, do you see the difference in where the missing, murdered indigenous are compared to everywhere else? Well, they're going to be centralized and located on reservation territory. So this makes sense. But seeing it is different, I think, than numbers being spouted out.
And I like that their icons are slightly bigger and squared off, not to segregate them. In my opinion, it draws heightened awareness to them.
Yeah, attention.
People see that and like, what is that? They'll zoom in on that and they'll see, oh, it's an indigenous. And, if there's any secondary benefit of this map, it's that it may inspire someone else to like start searching. Because as I put people on the map, I'll make comparisons and I'll submit to NamUs and law enforcement as I go through the state. So all the unidentified are in. I'm halfway through the U.S. I shouldn't even say halfway. Maybe I am. I'm working on my Montana missing people now. So I'm working on all the missing. So as I go through all of that, once all the missing are done, I'd like to bridge up to Canada, bridge down to Mexico, because those are it's connected territories and people can cross borders. So I don't know where the map is going to take me eventually, but I mean, I've I've probably submitted close to 200 people to NamUs, you know, and
yeah,
I think it's important. And I track everything that I do because I have another database. One's public, one's private, of my submitted comparisons, just cases that really stand to me, like really draw my commitment or care for. And I keep that public, and there's a private version of it where there's much more information that I'm not comfortable sharing publicly. about what I've gotten from law enforcement or whatever, just to help me, you know, as I go through everything, I can't remember everything. So when I have this private document, I can rehash everything in my mind and get right back to where I was when I first put them all in that document. So, you know, there's many documents, the map, the submitted comparisons. You know, with the submitted comparisons document, I realized that, hey, you look at someone like Toddler Doe in Gilgo, who, you know, on her NamUs page has no exclusions, but there's 5 exclusions for Toddler Doe. 3 of them
And they
happen
just didn't update it.
well, they're on the missing persons page. So
Okay.
3 of them are males, because before they identified Toddler as a Jane Doe, she was just Toddler Doe. There wasn't a definitive male or female attributed to her. So the first 4 exclusions for Toddler Doe were males. And then there were 2 other ones. But that's where I realized NamUs that I love, I also hate, because they're not speaking to the finger next to them, you know? It's not like left hand, right hand. It's like there's your index and your middle finger are not connecting. So NamUs should be so perfect that if a missing person is excluded from an unidentified, both of those pages should be updated with that exclusion. And it's not. And, you know, back then when I started the map before Rex was arrested or the task force, it was like, you know, I was so anti SCPD, Suffolk County Police Department. It's like these pricks are fucking holding back information, and I found a way to find out, but it means I have to go through 30,000 missing people just to find out. So I figured, let me just create a database to drop all that information in. So, you know, it's all there. When people go, there's no exclusions for Toddler Doe, like, well, yeah, there's 5.
Yeah.
You know,
and also James Burke, that is a subject that I had quite a few questions for you about, simply because I resent him deeply. And I'm sure that, especially considering you had to make a whole fucking map, I bet you resent the shit out of him too. But what do you think about Pius? What do you think about the John Pius investigation? Have you looked too much into it? I've never seen a kid go from, or a human, I should say, go from juvenile hall, potentially loosely connected as a witness, or perhaps involved in, I say that with hesitation, but, you know, such a heinous situation as a youth, being so misguided and having so many flecks on his record before he even becomes an adult, to see them rise to the chief of police and then negate an opportunity for the FBI, who is fully willing to help, to tell them to fuck off, and then eventually end up beating the shit out of a guy and jerking off in front of the Vietnam Memorial. Have you ever seen an escalation like that from any law enforcement?
With law enforcement, it's so rare. I mean, but the book Jimmy the King was very, very enlightening. There wasn't a comprehensive telling of John Pius, and that was more. And like, I have the book right here.
Who wrote that?
Gus Garcia Roberts.
I'm gonna read that immediately.
It's an incredible book, and I think, all the Burke and Spoda aside, I really wanted to devour that book for the comprehensive telling of John Pius. So the book is amazing. I have a friend who, let me be careful what I share. I have a friend that is exceptionally nuanced on the Pius case. And you know, the insight is so telling. And overall, you can just rubber stamp it with corruption, the good old boy network, you know, in The Godfather, it's one of ours, you know, he's a friend of mine, or a friend of ours, kind of thing. I'm not saying it's mob related.
He's a friend of the fucking family.
So, you know, and if Burke is a liar in the Pius case, Spoda knew he had an in with him, and you know, get Burke from not being an asshole teenager, give him some structure, put him in law enforcement, and then he comes back to Suffolk County and he's under Spoda's umbrella. As Spoda rises, Burke rises. And that's what happened. That's basically what happened. Then their corruption meant that they were in this symbiotic, I'm going to go one step further because I've had a drink already, symbiotic butt buddy fucking relationship. Not that
exactly.
I'm not accusing that. I'm not saying that, but
I am.
You know,
100%.
I mean, the behavioral patterns are out there, but
dude, he was like, this is my boy. Let me put it this way. This is a Vince McMahon, Shawn Michaels situation. Yes, I fucking said it. Everyone can get over it. It's a Vince Shawn. Remember what everybody said? They said Vince loves Shawn. He loves him. He makes us take his shirt off and do karate with him at 3 a.m. And everybody went, that's not weird. No, it's fucking weird. And to have a guy who is the top goose at the fucking cops come up to you and say, hey, give me a little juvenile fucking delinquent. I'll put him on the stand and then I'll take care of him forever. It feels fucking weird. If somebody, what did they say to the parents of the kids who said, oh yeah, go with Michael Jackson. Go hang out at Neverland. It's hey, we're good parents. It was a tutoring opportunity. This is much different when you find out that Spoda and Burke both went to the pen together. They did a lot. They did a lot on a high level. And dare I say, Burke, I mean, okay, so with the John Pius case, I started looking into it a lot. And I started being a little snoopy and reaching out. I don't know if I've ever even told you this. Everyone's going to hear this for the first time. But I got real snoopy and I started looking through it. And it was probably about a week after I started this, Duty Ron got back some documents about the Pius investigation. And it was all, I want to say Mary Murphy, but it could have been someone else who was heavily up everyone's ass back then throughout the Burke investigation and the whole investigation into why did these cops beat the shit out of this guy? Oh, because he found a bag of dildos? Okay. Like Ron's like, this is weird. Let me look into this. And some of the things that he found referenced back to things that people had told me in private. And so to hear that told me, oh shit, I can trust these people. You know what I mean? Because he had to FOIA to get that shit. So when you find out, wow, this is exactly what Duty Ron has, and this is exactly what would later come out in court, I feel like I can trust those people. And those people have told me things about Burke and his buddies and who he hung out with and, you know, where people docked their boats and whose parents were friends with whose. And I'm telling you, the kid was fucking weird. Like he did a lot of shit I wouldn't let my kid do. And I feel it doesn't feel right to say that Pius's investigation in any way was handled properly. And it feels like there's more there than what was said. There's more there than what came out in court. And it's a possibility, in my opinion, that he could have likely lied, which I know a lot of people are like, yeah, no, duh. But I mean, it's kind of a big deal. I feel like this kid could have been responsible for putting people away who actually were innocent or at least fucking up their lives. Like,
well, both Suffolk County and Nassau County, you got to look at it in the context of the times also. So, you know, cops were basically mobsters with badges. They, you know, they did their own thing, and you know they would look at the time frame. Suffolk County had a 95% conviction rate.
That's
fucking
crazy.
Impossible. You know why? Because they railroaded everybody. And you see this not only in cases through the 80s, 70s, 80s, 90s in Suffolk County. You see it in Nassau County. Look at Teresa Fusco's murder in Nassau County. The same bullshit is there. You look at literally everything out of New York City and the boroughs in the 80s and 90s. I've never even posted this. I have something that's so massive to post that I don't know, it might break the internet. It's just something I work on all the time whenever I have a free moment or a thought or idea. I don't know. It's if I printed it out, it'd probably be about 600 pages. It's fucking,
shit.
it's madness. But it's on everything, 70s, 80s, 90s, early 2000s, New York City cops. It's not the mobsters. There's parts of it that, you know, are mob related, but it's corruption. It's the realities of the time, the drug epidemic, proliferation of survival work. It's understaffed law enforcement agencies. It's underdeveloped, undertrained law enforcement officers, with the proliferation of drugs and murder and crack, and it everything was crescendoing to a massive point. And although I'm not a fan of him now, you know, then comes in Rudy Giuliani and cleans up New York City, and, you know, Times Square becomes corporatized.
And he gets praised because he shut down all the titty bars.
Yeah.
And then everybody was like, no, open the titty bars, Giuliani. But he's the hero. When the titty bars went away, the crime went away. That's not true.
Yeah. And it's never going to be true, because it'll never go away. They just find other places to work out of. But, you know, it's things like that. So the Pius case, Jimmy Burke, Spoda, like all of that is systemic in Suffolk County. It goes back generations, because they're so remote. They're all the way out there on their own. And they, as far as the structure of their government, in a way, they attracted top talent because they paid a lot and they charged taxes, and they had the Hamptons, which drew all of, you know, the wealthy. So they were sort of smart in their investiture. So, you know, they sort of profited from that. You know, I lived in Suffolk County. The taxes are fucking ridiculous. And so they built that up. But now, like, Suffolk County shares the same fuckery that every other law enforcement agency has, which is the overtime and then the pensions. And, you know, once you start buying into that, you're robbing Peter to pay Paul.
Yep.
And, you know, it ultimately will end in massive corruption and or utter bankruptcy. So, you know, it's a clusterfuck just waiting to implode. And you know, maybe it's starting. All of that aside, I think that, you know, the people that are still in existence now that say the corruption from, you know, 50, 40, 30, 20, 10 years ago is still prevalent in Suffolk County. Yeah, corruption's going to be live everywhere all the time. You're never going to weed it out. But it is not as profound as it was when, you know, Lisk was operating, or Schulman, or Joel Rifkin. It is different now. And the right people are in place. And as far as the Lisk investigation went, the task force was spot on. They were brilliant. They were committed.
2002, it took them how long? 6 weeks. 6 weeks.
Because there was no longer,
how long before that?
But there was no longer Jimmy Burke saying, no one look into this, like, stay away, you know. And then even after Burke was gone, Burke has a lot of influence.
Yeah, he does.
And a lot of loyalty among many of in the police force. It's you know, it's the, hey.
Well, he gave him favors. He took him to titty bars. He said, hey, watch me choke the stripper in front of you. Now you're implicated. Now if you say anything, you're fucked.
And he had shit on them, I'm sure. I'm assuming. You know, it's my opinion.
Oh, he did. He did.
No,
they bitch about it.
I know
they
that.
bitch about it in public forums under secret names. They bitch about it in Big Doggy.
Yeah.
You know, the John's forum that I think I've told you about this before, and you probably already know about it, but there's the sex John's forums where, like, the amount of those guys that I traced their accounts that ended up being Suffolk PD, New Jersey police, there's a ton of them, a shitload, just NYPD in general. Like half of those guys are law enforcement, and they're not in there to track down other bad guys. They're in there reviewing the sex workers. Like, they are the Johns.
I mean, I'm gonna probably, you're the only one that's gonna understand what I'm about to say, and I probably shouldn't say it, but it's unreal how people that portray themselves in one way and chastise a certain perspective are in fact doing it them fucking selves and for real. So the
fuck.
hypocrisy for me is profound. But you know what? Whatever.
I had a hard time with it. I think the day that I took pause and said, I need to step away for a week. I need to have a week where I don't look at this, because like you, I'm very interested in cold cases. Like, I like to go really far back and find out what's the root. When did this start? There are other people, I'm not going to name names, but there are people who are like, it started in the Catholic Church in the 1700s. And because of that, this person molests people. And it's like, no, honey, that's not how it works. It's almost a game of telephone with abuse, in that this person will abuse this person and they begat this child who then abused this person. That, yeah, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about who murdered people. It's a bit different. How you process your trauma is different. And when you go back, the amount of cops who are currently doing things to people that their dads were cops and handled cases and fought those people, or their dads were cops and did that to those people, it is insane. It is almost as high as the number who are cops. And I think the day that it fucking got to me was when I saw a guy who was in the forums talking about, oh, we're going to beat this bitch with a bat, about one of the victims because she was running a coup or whatever on the Johns. This guy's threatening people, right? To see him standing up at a press conference that actually had nothing to do with Lisk, but it was another victim, but it was also back then. I'm like, hold on a second. Like, and he just said, oh, the sergeants gave me an up and up that I'm not going to get raided by the FBI. He's putting this shit in there while other Johns are going, I just got raided by the FBI and my wife is so pissed. And I'm like, I can't process that someone would be so stupid to do that. A. B, he didn't admit he was a cop. He said, my brother. It's you. Like, I'm looking at your account. I'm looking at your IP. I can see all of this. You're not being careful. Then to see the killing season, right? And they go on Wikipedia and they're like, oh, this person is changing things and making it look like it comes from the police department. Let's just say that all lined up. And it makes you go, wow, these people are actually fucking with their own jobs in order to kind of lead people away from something. If they're willing to do that on a tiny level, imagine what Burke was capable of.
Oh, yeah. And that's why bodies that are found in 2010 don't get any type of justice until 2023.
Yeah, in 2020, and you know what's the most fucked up part? In 2011, the phone extricator went out. He works for the FBI. He said, let me take a look at this specific phone that is calling one of the victim's sisters. I'm not going to say her name, but he was calling one of the victim's sisters. And that would have been, we now know, Rex, right? So they go and they extract that and they go, oh, wow, the person is in Massapequa. And they knew that the person had this specific truck, and they knew that the person had been described as an ogre. So they got an ogre in a very specific year, make, and model of truck, and they have a phone extraction that pings to Massapequa from Times Square, from the victim's phone, from the night she goes missing, and it takes 10 fucking years? Like, that's insane.
Yeah,
And
I mean, it was just
there 6
those
weeks.
case files were locked up. Like, that was
Yep.
it. Burke forbade anything, anything like that. So, and even after he left, who'd you have in place? Tim Sini, who was another,
Progeny of that.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
it's the same shit.
And Carrie asked a good question here. You said some things earlier that line up perfectly. Oh shit, I almost knocked my coffee everywhere. I'm tired too.
Yeah.
You said earlier,
and it's even before, like it's even before Shannon goes missing. It's even before the discovery of Maureen, Melissa, Megan, Amber. I mean, it goes back to 2000. It goes back to Valerie. 2003, it goes back to Jessica. And, the technology might not have been there to identify those remains, but they did identify, Jessica in 2003 from Manorville, but nobody ever wants to make the connection.
Yeah.
It's the same obstruction, and I'm going to say obstruction. It's
It
the
is.
same obstruction and ignorance that, you have people on the Suffolk County Police Department back then, like Kirkpatrick, that's saying Manorville males are not connected. Yet you have males being found in time and spatial proximity to both Val and Jess. Like, this is something that you can't just, unless you have something definitive to rule them out, then say so. But you saying we're not going to connect them, that it's kind of disingenuous, and it's kind of unfair. It's unfair, and I don't like to, and I won't place victims in a hierarchy, because for me, they're all so special, and they mean so much to me. And I haven't cried in a year, and I don't think I'm going to do it yet, but I can get close to it. But
suck it in.
These girls and their families were outright disrespected. And before Dormer or Spoda saying that they basically caused their own deaths because of their profession, and that's in 2010, 2011, it was even worse for Val and Jess.
Well, I would argue supply and
nothing.
demand.
There was
supply and demand are hand in hand. And when half of the people purchasing them and demanding that supply are the cops, I blame the cops for that too.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, the whole cops patronizing survival workers, I mean, I just put it under the same umbrella. Like, men are assholes, and men are gonna do whatever they can to get a piece of ass, and that sounds so gross, and I hate myself.
No, it's how it is.
But it's the arrogance of men.
Yeah.
You put power, money, or a badge behind that, and then you have this propensity for a woman to be in some significant danger. When you have the ability to dispose of somebody, even if you do it once and they're not found or discovered for years, it's like, fuck it, let me do it again.
It's blowing up their ego.
I can do it. So
yeah,
I think for me, I will get back to that Kerry statement, but I think it's so profoundly unfair what's happened, not only to all of the, let's just talk about the 7 now.
Yeah.
The 7 victims now, and how they were mishandled, labeled, ignored. Even for some of the girls that are now getting justice, people had to fight hard to get that attention from Suffolk County. Like, they had to fight tooth and nail, and that it shouldn't be like that. And I'm not gonna, and I'm gonna say this, and I don't give a shit if it's thrown back in my face. I've always critiqued Suffolk County, and I don't want to do it anymore because of the brilliance of the task force and the ethical stance that they have taken for these girls. But at the same time, these girls were, all of them were disrespected every step of the way. And for a family member to have to fight nonstop to do so much of the work themselves, when the county, I'm just going to put it on the county, that when the county had evidence that could be tested, then why are we waiting 20 fucking years for that? All right, so maybe the technology's not there, because I'm my own devil's advocate. So the technology wasn't there. Okay, but some sort of communication could have been done. We have evidence. The technology's not there yet. We're going to keep working on it. We can't tell you what it is, but law enforcement has this propensity to say, fuck off. You don't have a badge. And even if you had a badge, you're not at this level. We're not going to engage with you. And too fucking bad. and I hate saying the squeaky wheel gets the oil,
Yeah.
but how squeaky can we all be all the fucking time? You have a job. Your job is to solve cases. If you have science that can do it, then fucking utilize it. You have the highest paid fucking law enforcement agency in the country, just about.
Yeah.
Like,
No,
put
it
your
is.
money-
It is.
Put your money
It's
where
number
your
one.
mouth is. So,
Yeah.
you know, people get on Tierney shit. I don't.
I don't either.
I don't.
Yeah.
People like to dive deeper and separate Harrison from Tierney. I don't do that either. For me, the task force started with Harrison and Tierney after that, and then it just grew to incredible investigators, people that care so much about the girls that were murdered, people that care so much about the families. They communicate proactively with the families. I mean, that's how it ought to be. It should be the norm and not an anomaly. And I'm so jaded that, I'm so jaded that when I hear or experience myself a proactive law enforcement officer, I'm like, I don't fucking trust you. What are you doing? Like, I don't fucking trust you. But I'm learning through my relationship with Light the Way. I'm learning there are incredible law enforcement officers out there. With regards to like Tierney and Rodney Harrison and the investigators on the task force, I've learned. I have relationships that I'm proud of, that I'm protective of, and I'm grateful for. And I don't feel I deserve those relationships, but I honor them.
You do.
I work towards them, and I give respect to that. But for me, nothing is more important than the 7 right now that are getting their justice: Sandra, Val, Jess, Maureen, Megan, Melissa, Amber. But it also means those that are not yet getting their justice: Shannon, Peaches, Asian Doe.
But listen, they will. And this is the way to do it. And you said something earlier that I really, really like, and it hits me almost. I got a little teary-eyed. Hard agree on Rodney. I've caught some flack in various true crime communities for defending the task force, because a lot of people are like, no, they should have fucking been on it. They shouldn't congratulate. That's what it was. People were saying, how dare they congratulate themselves at this press conference when it's taken that long? And I'm like, do you see who's congratulating themselves right now? It's the people who hopped in and took a mess, a shit pile created by James Burke, a shit pile created by Spoda, a shit pile created before Spoda and James Burke were there, a lack of investigation, a lack of respect, and a lack of communication. And they said, put that all away. We're going to sort through it. It took them 6 fucking weeks to solve it. They put the belt out to the public. They did every single thing that they could to keep shit close to the vest that they needed. But a lot of people were saying, oh, it's like Delphi, things like that. And I'm like, no. This is a situation where it was disregarded, ignored, neglected. It being a comprehensive chunk of victimry just right in this one area that is isolated in the place in the US that has they are the highest paid law enforcement. The only one second to them is Boston, which is why I brought Carrie's comment up, because also isolated, also second in the nation, highest. Also, they get to keep their pensions even if they go to prison for murder. I don't know if you guys know that. James Burke was getting the largest amount of commissary that anybody had ever gotten in that fucking prison's history. Why? Because he gets his pension.
He gets $151,000 a year plus,
on top of $250 plus his overtime, plus his disability from the overtime and disability scandals. And guess what? Those aren't public record. You're not allowed to request someone's disability paperwork because of HIPAA. But we know based on his salary and his taxes that he was definitely making more, and that it, without a doubt, 2 scandals that he's mooching off of, a pension, and he was paid an annual salary while he was police chief. This guy's still fucking profiting to this day, even though he was in a halfway house, and he still had the balls to go out and jerk off in front of the Vietnam Memorial, which I find extremely disrespectful and rude. But on top of that, when you're looking at this shit, like when you're looking at this and people are saying, okay, they should have done this, they should have done that. Yeah, they should have, but in 2022 they did. So we have to give them their flowers for that, and we have to hope that they keep that fucking energy up. And I'm not going to chastise someone for hopping in, and I guess what it would be is consulting, like being like, nope, you need to get rid of all this and fix it, because somebody comes in and cleans up and fixes things. We shouldn't be punishing them now. It's the people from back then, maybe even a few that still need to be weeded out. But I 100% hard agree with you on that. And I absolutely think that the way all the victims were treated, the lack of communication to their families. I mean,
the
if
lack of
that wasn't
respect.
so, oh yeah, look at Mary Gilbert crying on the news. Like that shit broke my heart. That's what made me go, oh fuck. And like actually start to really investigate, because I was on Web Sleuths in the late, it started in like 98, 99 was when it started getting like, it was open, but it was taking off, but not, you know what I mean? It took a few years, but in the early to mid 2000s, when Roxanne Paltoff went missing, that's when I started getting heavy into it. And some of those girls that were found that day, they were in Web Sleuths. People were talking about them. And then when you realize, oh shit, they all were. People cared. And when you go back and you see the families commenting, the police aren't telling me anything. The police won't call me. I don't even know who is on her case. They don't even consider her missing. It's like, oh my God. And then to see like just the lack of respect that Mary got, that a lot of them got in those days as they found the bodies on the beach, and to see like the lack of consult with them throughout various press conferences and things that were had by people connected to it or making themselves connected to it. It was hard to watch.
I mean, you look at, and I don't necessarily want to talk about the Gone Girls, although I'll talk only a couple of points on it.
Mhm.
One of the most poignant for me parts of the Gone Girls documentary on Netflix was a video clip of Lorraine Ellis, who's Maureen's mom, Megan's mom, forgive me, Megan's mom, and Mary. And you see Lorraine standing in front of reporters saying, and I'm going to paraphrase, you call them prostitutes, but there are girls, they're loved.
Mm-hmm.
Lorraine was the one that helped me think about how else can we call these girls aside from girls and women and moms and sisters. You look at them and like, for me, I like they were trying to survive. And that's when I started using survival worker. And
Oh, I like that.
When I put that out there, a lot of people on my Twitter account are former and active sex workers, whether by choice or by necessity. And I when I first used the term survival worker, I can't tell you how many private messages I've gotten saying thank you for that. And then I got shit from people that just wanted to take a stand and say, well, some people do it by choice. I'm like, all right, but
but you weren't murdered.
Exactly. Like,
so it shouldn't affect you.
So and I'm going to say something. I'm going to say a phrase that I've used many times before, but I think it's so relevant and it's transferable to many components in not only the Liz case, but in all of, I hate saying this phrase, true crime.
Yeah.
And that there's a false equivalency. And all things are not equal. And, someone like Maureen, who was doing what she was doing to not be evicted, someone who's doing what they're doing because they believed they were in love with someone and was told by that someone that
A
they loved
Romeo
them
pimp.
in turn. Right, these Romeo pimps, and they're manipulated, and these are the people. The true victims are these girls, these young, beautiful women with families of their own. And there's a false equivalency to what a victim is.
Mhm.
And my whole life, up until about a year or so ago, I had an abundance of empathy. I still have an abundance of empathy. However, now it seems to go through a sort of sieve. And
Yeah.
I can't be as equitable in my empathy as I used to be. And I'm going to say this before it gets thrown in my face. I
Mhm.
have confirmation bias. I am victim centric, and I don't fucking care. On social media as Catch Lisk, and I post newspaper articles, and I have an objective element to how I approach things or communicate things. But at the end of the day, for me, what started out as an interest in the psychopathy of fucked up people like murderers
Mhm.
turned into a complete embrace of a life that is abused, a life that is forced, a life that isn't on the path that they want it to be on. And these girls and young men, these people fight to get away from that. They fight to get out of that. And in order to get out of it, sometimes you have to be deeper in it, and then you get in the path of a predator.
Yeah.
And despite all of their deepest efforts, hardest efforts to get out, they can't. And that to me is soul crushing for me. And I know I know more than the average person
Mhm.
related to certain things.
That changes you.
And it has changed me, and it
Yeah.
continues to change me. I evolve differently every time, and I know that I was so fundamentally changed. So you're gonna get me to cry. I was so fundamentally changed last year in June for Jessica Taylor's justice. That was one of the most earth-shattering things I've ever learned or
Yeah.
experienced or shared. And I'm not a victim. I don't know these people. They're not my family. And having empathy is one thing, but having deep friendships, meaningful friendships, they mean something. And the
They
girls have
do.
always mean something to me because I cared about them as victims. But when you get to know them through their families, it's a whole other thing.
It
Like
is.
it's a whole other thing. And it's changed me. And after June and through July, I probably cried more in that month than I ever did before. I probably had more sleepless nights than ever before, and more nightmares when I did sleep than ever before. And I haven't fully cried since then. The empathy is there, the desire to purge those emotions is there, but I can't. And that's just me. I'm not a part of this. Like I'm
Yeah.
not a family member. So this is what I go through, and I know I'm sensitive. Um,
But it makes you
imagine
imagine what they go through.
what they go
Yeah.
through, and that's where you know, this transformation for who I was as just curious, or, you know, collecting facts and separating facts from the bullshit, and then standing up to defend those facts in the face of the bullshit, and then dealing with the trolls and adamant people that believe the bullshit, that have a loud voice. And then it's like, well, fuck it, I'm going to go in because I'm a nobody and I can argue. And then you slowly over time, you're not a nobody. You get validation from family members, people that are close to the victims, and you
realize you're doing this for a reason.
I mean, yeah, my reasons for starting it are not my reasons where they are now. They've evolved. Like, my reasons were to learn about a fucking madman, like understand the depths of, I mean, I'll say it again. I said it only once or twice before. I was abused as a kid. I had a lot of physical and emotional abuse. And I carry it. I'm turning 58 this year. I carry that to this day. It doesn't dominate my life. It doesn't, you know, bookmark my life, but it's a part of my life in my own brain. And that was where my interest in this, these type of how people could be evil and people could be mean to people that don't deserve it. And that was my interest into this. And, you know, Ted Bundy and you know, books on Bundy and books on Joseph Kallinger, you know, these are profound, fundamentally disturbed people. And I don't know, I'm going off on a tangent, but all of that changed as I learned some facts, and I started fighting back the rumors and like Facebook groups. And then I get I get a comment from Shannon's sister, and I was like, holy shit, like, oh my God, like, I'm terrified.
Telling you you're on the right path.
And appreciating that. And that's just the starting point of where I pinpoint my change. And I go from, you know, just standing here and wanting to learn and collect facts and you know, just catalog things. It made me feel useful, even though it was just for myself.
That validation alone can change your purpose, though.
But that's changed to the point where, you know, I can, you know, if I needed to, reach out to just about anybody, super close to the case, family members, and I'm humbled by that, and it makes me want, and it made me want to stand for them even more. So, you know, over the course of these last few years and the arrest and all the fuckery around it, and I say this too, and I don't know if they're still watching, they might be. When you stand for someone, sometimes you have to stand really tall. And I stand really tall. I'm not transactional. If we are friends, I'm your friend for fucking life. You can say what you want, yell, curse, vent at me. I'm still going to be there for you because you have
Now you're going to make me cry. What the fuck, Raul? Chill. Dude.
I just think that I look at Raul's path throughout all of this, and I'm like, bro, what the fuck? I didn't anticipate this. I didn't plan for this. This wasn't an agenda. It just evolved. And you know, to tie the map back into it, you know, you get to, people reach out to you. Can you put my sister, my mother on your map? And like, I stop all map work for that day because I will put your loved one on the map. But I want to take time and learn
about you and about them
and carry them with me, because if I know the way my brain works, if I come across something that can help, I'm sure as fuck going to do what I can. I know the account Who Killed Beth Ellison is in. I don't know if they're still in there. I mean, I love you. You know? Go ahead. not gonna cry. You know, and I through you, I learned about Beth Ellen, and I care very much for her justice. And all of these people become so important to me. And you think, I don't have the bandwidth for this. I don't have the space. I can't care about everybody, but you can. You fucking can.
Yeah.
Like you can. And if you take, and I'm not saying I'm the poster child for how to do things, because I've fucked up. But if you take this mindset, you take this care, love, and emotion, and you put energy and focus and productivity into it, you too can do good. You know, you don't have to be out there making asshole videos about ridiculous scenarios. You could sit there and take a segment of something and research it and contribute to the overall discussion. And if you can't do that, then you can go fuck off.
Yeah. That's funny you said the thing, because same thing with Who Killed Beth. That's how I met them. A young lady who is very close reached out, and I immersed myself in Beth's case for how long did we do it? Who Killed Beth? Like what, over a month? And it was the things I learned about her, like being a dancer and, you know, who she was living with and why it's not the way it was portrayed, in my opinion, by a lot of the shows or any of the shows or the news that covered it. They always kind of said a specific thing about her that bothered me. It's like, no, she wanted to dance. Like there's very, you know, there's very nuanced things that people seem to not attach to the victims that are very important. And you said something really great earlier. You said, I take the time to get to know them because something they say might help you with referencing and putting something together. Same. If you sit and you talk to someone and you just say, oh, your sister needs to go on the map, there she is. That's one thing. But if you sit and you talk to the family and they tell you, my sister was allergic to cinnamon. She had a dog. She loved it very much. She would have never gone anywhere without it. She wore this very specific ring. I think one of the things we talked about was like the Green Day CD, you know, the car being on. She never would have pulled off that way because of this thing that happened in her life a long time ago that led her to not trust exits, you know, just very specific little things. You might find out later that a girl was seen in a convenience store and she met someone. Well, what did she say? She said she's vegan and she only eats this type of beans. Well, guess what? I remember the Beth case and she only ate that type of, like, little things like that can help you really connect cases, and they're very important. And I think it also helps you remember that when you're putting something on a map, you know, a lot of people will go, oh, you know, oh, I can't remember this person's exact name. I feel like it's easier to remember names when you get to know them. But every time you do that, in a way, you are giving a little piece of your heart to this person you might not know, and a little piece of your head too, because it's like now you're thinking about them and you don't know them and you're not related to them and you've never met them. But for some reason, you feel this strange bond or this strange feeling like, I want to get you justice. I've been there with 3 cases in particular personally. I would call them my best friends with people that I met who were like sisters. I'll just say it. It's usually the sisters that come to me and they came talking about like, oh, I saw you post this thing in a group, or I saw you make a video and, you know, I want to know if you can help me. And in that moment, I have to take a deep breath because I know myself, I'm about to get attached to someone and I need to be careful because I don't want to make promises I can't keep. But at the same time, I want to help them. But I know that I'm probably going to end up really deeply entrenched in this, and it's probably going to take a lot out of me. But it's okay because I think, like you said, the thing that I started out also. Why do people do this? Mine was a different reason though. I thought Ted Bundy was my dad. Not even kidding. I was in high school and I was like, I didn't know who my dad was, and he looked like the picture I had of him. And then I started learning and I'm like, why would someone do shit like this? You know? And then when I got older, I became a victim of a violent crime. And in a split second, I thought I was being killed and kidnapped, and I survived it and people helped me and I learned from it. But I got to meet investigators and learn how they investigate cases. And I realized the system's very corrupt. And if they're treating me like this, a person who survived this crime, and the person who did it had an ankle monitor on, putting them at the location, and yet I still can't get justice. How the fuck is anybody else going to get it? And then I became obsessed with it. And when I started meeting these people, you grow this very close bond, but you always have to take a step back and be like, I'm not their family. I need to respect them. And the same, sometimes what the hardest thing for me is, I wonder if it's the issue, if you have this issue or if you've experienced this. I've talked to family members and I've said, pardon me for saying this. And then I say, but this, they found some bones and she might be passed away. And they go, oh, bones? Yeah, I've been told that a million times. Like, I'm hardened to that. You don't have to worry about that. Or if you say, like, I hate to say it, she might have been sexually assaulted, or this guy sexually assaults people, they're like, oh yeah, nope, a million people have like, they get hardened to news. And I've heard all the theories. I've heard, like, they've heard it all. They've seen it all. They've experienced the trolls. And when they tell you, like, oh, don't worry about, you could just be blunt with me, I've heard it all. That actually makes me feel worse. Like, I don't feel relieved when I hear that. It makes me really sad, because it's like, fuck, you have? Like, that's horrible. You shouldn't be hardened to that. You shouldn't have had people talk to you like that. Like, that, what do you mean? And then for them to have such a, I guess, like, an expectation of there not being closure. And they're like, I'm used to disappointment. That makes me really sad. And I want to stick around to see them not be disappointed. And I want to help, if I can, contribute to them not be disappointed. But I also don't want to give false hope. Do you feel like that, I guess? Do you feel like, what part of you differentiates, I'm going to try my best, but I don't want to give you false hope, with, I just want to be there to see you get finality?
I mean, I can give you 2 examples that are not Lisk related.
Okay.
Kind of. So one was, as I was working on the map a couple of years ago, I'm in a million Facebook groups, and one of them was Missing Black People's Facebook group. And they posted a picture. I saw it within the hour of it posted, of a 16-year-old girl that went missing from Harlem, 1982.
Okay.
I lived in Harlem. I had a business in Harlem. I love Harlem. So I was like, wait a second. All right. So I got immediately connected because of the Harlem element. Then I she's 16 years old. That's scary. This is 1982, and Harlem was not a safe place anyway. So I just read the story. And when I read the story about how this girl went missing at 16, and the family, they went to the police, they went to the 25, they went to the 101, and they would just say, well, she's probably out with her boyfriend. She'll come home when she's ready. All right. 42 years later, she never came home. The family went back because they sort of regrouped and re-energized, and were in a position where they could devote energy to this. And they went back to the 25, and they were told, well, go back to the place where she was last seen and call 911. And they're like, but she's missing 42 years, 911. And they said, just do that. So they went back. So the 25 to where they walked back to is about 4 blocks. And they didn't call 911 because there just happened to be a policeman on the scene when they got there. And they said, oh, we want to file this missing persons report. And they gave the background of the case. And the cop said it's 42 years. It's a cold case. Nobody can do anything about it. It's done. So this family had nowhere else to go. So they went to social media. They connected with the Missing Black People Facebook group, which is when I saw it. When I saw it, after reading the post, which was triggering enough to activate me, I looked at the map, and it took me all of 4 fucking seconds to think I found her. And I would chastise people for doing what I did then now. And
You
I know that
reached
makes,
out.
I not only reached out, I constantly reached out. Like, for me, it became absolutely all consumed. I was on fire. I didn't sleep for 3 days. If I slept, it was an hour. I woke up in the middle of the night thinking, writing things down and how to make attention to this. In any event, I got the ultimate attention of the sister. So the missing girl is Stacy Reddish. And I got in touch with her sister. And her sister finally reached out to me. We scheduled a half-hour conversation that turned into a 3-hour conversation, that turned into an action plan, that turned into many, many months of conversations, direction, redirection. On my end, I leveraged resources that I had. I still have. I leveraged those resources. Because of the map, it drew some attention based on who I believed the remains to be Stacy Reddish of. And after 42 years, we got Stacy Reddish an official missing persons report. We got her name as page activated and published. We got her NCMEC photo progression developed. And we took a case that was not on the record. We got it on the record, and we got it as an active investigation. And that's just one thing. And that's because I know something, and I know someone, and I know this, and let me connect all of that and let the experts do their thing. And I don't know where that's going to lead, but at least Stacy Reddish, after 42 years, is on the national database. There's an official police report, and there are leads, because through my conversations, there's information that is developed, and sharing that, not putting it out on fucking Facebook, not creating a
TikTok,
a TikTok or a YouTube.
Where you're blinking and you're like,
where,
I saw this and I saw this, and I put them together. Here you go.
I'm a bombshell. I'm the first to break the story. Fuck the story. It's not a story. This is someone's life, and it's serious shit.
The amount of videos I've had to withhold because it's just not a good idea, and you have to whether you like it or not, whether you trust the police or not, you have to go through that. You have to go through the proper channels. If they aren't listening, then I understand reaching out to the family.
Well, that's where I use my leverage, because they weren't listening, and I use my leverage to sit there and say, all right, I'm going to be a real dick on fucking social media. I'm going to tag everybody with a badge.
And you tag the police too.
Believe me, I have.
Yeah.
So, and I didn't want to say, do this or I'm going to do that.
Yeah.
I was, in a way, I was also educated to say we should have a respect for the process, and we'll find the right person within
that realm.
What we're hoping to do, and then we will.
But that's what I'm talking about, Raul. It's a symbiotic relationship between the investigators and the families.
Yeah.
And when you can't bridge that gap, or there's a legal loophole, or there's just a process and procedural loophole, sometimes you have to go around. You need to know when it's appropriate, and you have to do it at the right time. And you have to at least try the first way. And if it doesn't work, you do it the second. When you've exhausted those options, you do what you can. And that's what you did. And I think that's the thing that's missing. And that was my next question. But in my opinion, I'll start with my opinion and then give the question. In my opinion, that's what's missing from true crime is better communication. I think communication, it causes fucking divorces. It causes friendship problems. It causes death sometimes. Sometimes it causes things to go unfound, unseen. Communication fucks up everything in the world, but it also brings everything together, in my opinion, because we all have to coexist. And if you have information that can connect two cases or one case and two people, whatever it is, and you see there's a lack of communication, sometimes someone has to step up and be the person to bridge that gap. And we live in a society where the way to do that, there's a proper way. And then there's a way where it's like, I'll only do that if it benefits me. And I think that the biggest problem in true crime right now is a lot of people are taking the road of numbers and what benefits me, because they know that nobody wants to go this other route. But if you really are in it to solve cases or to help people or to advocate or to even just create something that can be a useful tool, you have to go that way. Because if you go the route of like, I'm going to do what's the most popular, you end up being just as bad in a way as the cops who prevented that, as Burke and them, preventing the process to see it through, or preventing an avenue to at least get something done that's helpful in the case. And the way you did it, I don't care what anybody says, the way you did it ended up with a girl getting a missing persons report that she didn't have before. So whether it was trial and error or whatever, you did I punched the mic, you did the communication thing, you brought two people together. I think that's what we need more of. What do you think we need more of in, I would say, to fix the true crime community, even though I also hate that phrase? You did say true grime, which I really appreciated because I thought that was perfect.
I love that. That's one of my favorite things. I mean,
you're a phrase coiner. You really are.
I am.
You are.
I truly am.
Also, next question, are you going to make a catch list dictionary, and will you make it public?
I don't know. That's something, I don't know. I don't have the time for that shit.
One day, I'm going to take all your phrases and put them in a book. And
I was always good at that.
I will.
So it's funny because I used to work at Crate and Barrel because I don't give a shit. I'm doxed out there. Everybody knows it's easy enough to find. So
I used to get jealous of people shopping at Crate and Barrel.
Me too. And I worked there. So when Twitter was formed, it just so happened to be a time where the founders sat us down, like in New York, the 10 of us, and said, treat your stores like it's your own, and it's your own business. It's your own money that you invested, and do what you can to drive your business. We trust you. I trust you. So go for it. And I literally was on my second generation iPhone and Twitter just came out, and I had a Twitter account under my RLNJKM, and and I said, why don't we create Twitter accounts for the store? So I did that. In any event, long story short, hashtag was the big thing. So I was always quick with a hashtag. So a million hashtags, like, catch Lisk, which is, I guess, whatever. So many hilarious hashtags that work. And, then there's the posts that really matter. Like my Grifters post. I mean, it means a lot to me because no one put shit out there like that before. And I was saying what I knew couldn't be said by others, and it mattered, and it was important to me. I can't claim Friday, the hashtag Friday. I wish I could.
He's talking, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, sorry to interrupt. I have to explain to them. He's talking, and I stole Friday from you. I put it in my title, and I told them in the episode, and Raul fucking said this. FRYE day, as in the fry hearing.
Yeah.
Jesus.
So the person that created isn't probably still in the chat, and I loved it and hated it at the same time. I was like, that should have been mine. I should have fucking came up with that, but I'm so fucking burned out. I didn't even think of that, but it's brilliant. And
we can be petty too. We can be petty too. We make care, but we can also be petty. And I get petty about your underscore. I get pissed at that. I want to know who has the one without the underscore and why they haven't given it to you. And I think about that. No one?
I have it. I have both.
what the fuck are you doing, Raul? Why underscore? It drives me nuts.
Because I don't want anybody else fucking having it.
So you have both?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
There's
As long
another
as you
Catch
own
List
both.
Twitter account. It's mine too.
I was like, who's the fucking jagoff who took the one without the underscore so I can go
Me.
run them off the road? And it turns
Me.
out it was you.
Me.
Okay, excellent. Well, then now I'm not angry anymore.
Can't be.
It can't be as long as you have it. But Friday is
I wanted
brilliant.
to separate it because I wanted catch to just be the word catch, but I wanted list to be in the capitals because and it I hope this isn't spliced into some stupid asshole's fucking video, but I wanted because we all know.
Oh, I can turn the splicing off to where if they do that.
No, it doesn't matter. I don't give a shit. I stand on what I say anyway. You know, I wanted Lisk before he was even arrested. Lisk is the attraction. Like, and I hate saying that, but Lisk will draw. People will search. They'll search Lisk. They may search Long Island serial killer, but they'll search Lisk. And for me, it was important that these people found me because of the things that I was posting. I was honoring the girls. I was remembering important anniversaries or special dates. You know, I would share write-ups, whether I did them or half did them or someone else did them. I always posted it with their permission. You know, for me, it was a matter of knowing how shitty true crime can be, but how to use it against itself in a way.
It's perfect. It's marketing. If we had the type of PR in true crime and true crime, if we had that, the way companies have it and the way celebrities have it, it's a lot of people go, no, we don't want that. No, we need that as a society. Because there are all the trolls and the shitty people who are benefiting, heavily profiting. And I'm not talking about like even just TikTok shit or social media, like heavily profiting. For example, people who claim to be spokespersons, at least in Houston, there's one guy, he shows up at every single time a child goes missing. This guy is there. And to find out he's been stealing so much money from the families for so long. Fake PIs are a big one. Psychics are the fucking worst. No offense, Darlene. I know you're real, but all the others fucking piss me off. And you got to watch out. Darlene will do voodoo on you, so you have to be careful. Not really. She won't. She's white magic. Anyway, I have spoken to a lot of people who have given tips for one particular case that I spent 10 years working on. And then to find out while you're out there, while the FBI has been called and they're actually going to send help to go dig, to find out this person had a fucking dream. Like, oh, it was from a dream. You just wasted all these fucking resources. That infuriates me. But if you take the things that these types of people are doing that do grab attention, the ones that are getting all the attention and not actually helping the victims, if you flip the tactics they have and use them for the families to benefit the families, fucking no problem with it. It's matching that energy, but it's something that I think the community really needs. You're good. You worked at Crate and Barrel. You did the social media, right? That was a long time ago. Crate and Barrel tells me one thing about you. You're good at organizing. I see this map and I go, this makes sense now. Okay. The hashtags, you tell me you ran the first social media for them. Oh shit, that makes sense now, because who's popping off right now? Wendy's, Arby's. They're killing it on social media. You're taking these tactics that can be used as a weapon and you're using them as a helpful tool. And I think that, in fact, I'm going to start calling myself the helpful tool. But I do think that by flipping it and using it to help someone, in my case, I do comedy. So I'm like, well, what can I do here? Well, I can try to make this fucking family of a murdered person giggle, but that's not going to help find their loved ones. Yeah. But if I can go charm an investigator and get them to make a fucking phone call, then why not?
Transferable skill.
And I think that communication bridge, you take what you have. Who said it in here? I think Sherlock Holmes said it. You take what you have and you work with it. You make it work, right?
Yeah.
You take something and you make it work for you to benefit something good. I think you're incredible at that. I mean, you could be a life coach or a PR guy. And the irony is you're probably always tired. You're probably always busy.
Look at the bags. Look at the bags.
Yeah, you're probably exhausted. You probably want to cry a lot, but fucking suck it in, Raul. In all seriousness, you've got a lot of shit that you probably this is me making a judgment. You probably have to dissociate from to do the type of things that you do to help. But the willingness of people to take on other people's trauma so that when they can't stand up, you can let them rest and you can stand up for them. That in itself, that's good shit. That's what people need. These families get tired, you guys. If you've never worked with a missing and murdered person's family, they get tired. They do hear, I never expected to hear the shit that they hear on a daily basis when I started working with some of them. And it is so fucking sad to see people get let down and let down and let down over and over again. And sometimes they need a rest, but they feel guilt for it. And I think you, Raul, are one of those people who, without saying it, you could be like, they're there, take a rest. I'm going to keep fucking storming people with hashtags and I'm going to keep this shit alive. We need more of that.
I mean, look at whatever. I don't fucking care. Hold on. I have a thought. Let me get some ice and pour a drink.
I'm going to acknowledge the chat. And by the way, chat, for those of you who don't know, I'm going to put a banner up here so that if you want to follow him on Twitter, it's just Catchlist. He does own the one without the underscore.
Don't follow that one. Just follow the one with the underscore.
Yeah, follow the one with the underscore. And also, I've got starred comments and anybody. And by the way, Raul, when we're done, I want you to send me whatever charity, or if there's like an organization that you, maybe Gabby, Petito, that fund, just whatever you want. Any of the super chats we get for this, I'm going to donate to that. And thank you, Sassy, for the $19.99. This will go, or unless you need the $19.99, I'll cash app you. You could use that for gas to go to court.
I
usually turn them off and I forgot for shit like this. I say usually, I don't usually have a ton of interviews, but if I do, that was the plan and I forgot. So what we'll do is you can tell me what organization and then we'll submit to that. And I also just want to say thank you so much to everybody who asked great questions. What do you think about the question earlier about the serial killer potentially in New England? Because we talked about that the other day. I personally would encourage everyone to go through victim by victim and look at the background and the profile, because that's what I did personally. This is an opinion thing. Some of them maybe could be connected. Some of them I don't know, but we don't know enough about them because some of them are unidentified. Now, Raul does create these maps. Maybe there's something he hasn't seen or he has seen that we haven't. What do you think about that? Did you hear about that and go, oh yeah, I know that cluster?
Yeah, I did. I'm keyed into all of that shit. And I think there's something anomalous going on, but I think you have that concurrently in multiple places. So
I have to ask you, what does anomalous mean? Because I don't know that word. I'm sorry. I'm a writer, I'm an author, but I don't know what the fuck that word is, Raul.
It's out of the ordinary.
Okay.
And you can start off with, Upper New England and the smiley face killer, not to be confused with the happy face killer.
Yeah.
You can go down to Texas, where the Lady Bird Lake.
No, don't give me that. I'm here. There's no serial killer. There isn't one. I've interviewed every single family member. Trust me, you guys, there's maybe 3 by the same person, and I don't even think that's true. It's literally dudes pulling their dicks out to piss in a lake and falling in, or going, watch me jump in the lake, and they do.
So people have said to me, like, look at all this in the lake, and I'm like, yeah, but look at the East River or the Hudson River in New York on my map. It's all fucking hearts, because
these people are in cinder blocks and tied up, and there's a cluster. That's important. These over here you have on video wrapping duct tape around their head and jumping themselves into it. That's different. It's not a serial killer.
So I'll tell you this: the first solve the map had was, and I'm going to be really general in this, because I think once they're solved, I don't want to talk about them. I want them. I believe that the victim goes back to their families, and they don't belong to us anymore. They go back home. Yeah. So the first solve the map had was a person that was last seen in Queens, and 3 days later, a body was found on the other side of the East River in Lower Manhattan. So East River separates Queens, Brooklyn from Manhattan. And for me, the day this young man was put on NamUs, I recalled seeing the missing persons face on an Instagram post, and it was a Sunday morning, and I called the OCME, and so on and so forth, and this young man is identified. That's just having an awareness of what's going on around you contemporaneously.
Yeah.
That's the value of the map. You can't say that everybody that is recovered from a body of water is a victim of a serial killer. I mean, you'll get attention if that's what you're looking for, because true crime will run to anything that says, hey, there's a serial killer. But that doesn't mean that there's not a serial killer. I think there's a lot of things that have to be looked at deeply and responsibly before you go out and say serial killer. Like we believe that there's a serial killer that acted in New Bedford.
The highway killings.
Yeah, like that's serious.
But that's based on something, isn't it? It's based on a commonality beyond just the hair, like beyond a specific characteristic. Like there's a lot of things.
There's a lot of things there. So New Bedford most likely had a serial killer. People try to connect it to Lisk. I can't say yes or no on that. We don't have enough background on Rex to make that comment. Is there something weird going on in Connecticut? Yeah, it's weird because we don't have the information yet. When we get more information, we'll know. I had someone on Reddit reaching out to me today about it. And I'm aware of it all because half of these unresolved cold cases are on my map anyway. And all you have to do is drop me the name and I'll recall something. And if I can't, I have a resource. I just go to my map. And it instantly comes back. I think the age of the proliferation of serial killers is diminished. I think the factors that create most of the known serial killers to date, they're not in effect anymore, or they're in effect to a lesser degree. Like I have another post that I'll never put out because it's just hubris, but what created serial killers, and it stems back to World War II, in my opinion. So it's the evolution of a serial killer has many factors, but there's a streamlined baseline for that, and whatever. It's just my own bullshit in my own head, but I think there's some substance to it and some validation to it. But whatever, I'm an idiot.
I don't think you're an idiot. I think you're 100% dead ass. I think that there's idiots out there who would go, but what about H.H. Holmes and Jack the Ripper? And it's like, well, that doesn't mean they're like it's this is fucking where it started and there were none before. No, but like the prevalence of it post-war,
we hit a height issue, and we hit a height for a reason. And that reason is logical.
I think I get why you don't want to say, but I agree.
I mean, I'm not going to put it out there because I'll look like I can't support it tonight in a debate or
I feel like people get really political with these types of.
It's not even politics. It's just what the world went through in particular periods of time. Like, all right, I'll go briefly into it real quick, and then I'm going to run out of it. Like World War II had men go off to war.
Yep.
Teenagers go off to war and see horrendous things, and you're talking about 30s and 40s where you're looking at a different social structure, men compared to women and kids and their perceived place in that hierarchy. But while the men, or even the teenagers turning into men fighting horrible things in a world war, women were running the country while raising kids. Then these men come back battle scarred, fucked up, from what they've seen and experienced, and they're disassociated. They can't relate to their wife. They can't relate to their kid. They're rough on the kids because of what they went through and they survived. And these kids by default, in today's definition, are abused. They're emotionally abused. They're psychologically abused. And these people, these kids try to please so hard and they fail. And, you know, whatever, I'm just going to jump to the last page of this silly theory. These kids become serial killers because everything they tried to do has failed and rejected. And you throw in a fucked up, you know, teenage love relationship, and, you know, you're killing, you know, hazel-eyed girls, whatever.
But dude, it's not stupid. I've seen that pattern too. I attributed it to something a little different, but I see it too. Look at Richard Ramirez. He didn't look at his uncle, right? Came back from Vietnam, told him all these horrific stories. Ted Bundy had his grandpa telling him horrific stories, and then he has this book, The Shame of Having a Single Mother. Look at Shawcross, who faked being in Vietnam, or he was there and didn't see battle, but he had family who did. Like literally every serial killer, in my, I'm not this is me being stupid. Almost every serial killer, you can in some way connect to war or a battle somewhere in their family lineage or themselves that affected them. That kind of violence pervasively at a young age, or the product of that violence and how it affects you because someone else saw it, it creates a cycle that we're not ready for.
I mean, it's hard to digest. It's hard to comprehend. I mean, I was 18 when I first bought my first book on Ted Bundy, and like 6 books later, I knew everything about that case. Don't ask me now because I put it out, but horrified by the sheer violence of this man and what would predicate that, or the impetus for it, or, you know, the instigator of it, child abuse. Then you get into this nature versus nurture bullshit. And, you know, I think a book that I read that really, really took me deep into this. Hold on.
I've got Defending the Devil, The Phantom Prince, and All of Ann Rules behind me. Which one you got? The Shoemaker. Oh,
The Shoemaker. It's a book about Joseph Callinger, and it is. I was furious reading this book. I was terrified. I related to it to a, like I said, I had abuse in my childhood, but nothing on this level. I'm not even making any comparative comment on that. But this story for me separates nature versus nurture. Like, and the guy's a fucking psychopath. Geraldo Rivera, whatever.
Also a psychopath, but keep going.
Yeah. He interviewed Callinger live, and Callinger said, yeah, I would kill you right now. And if I ever get let out, I'll kill again.
Which, by the way, I think that who was the singer that I've talked about him before? Gigi Allen said the same thing to Geraldo, I believe. He said, I'll fucking kill you now.
Well, Geraldo aside, but you know, that's how my path into all of this became. And I don't have empathy for Bundy. I feel bad for Bundy as a child if he's being abused. I can relate to that on some level. But I mean, I will change my footsteps to not step on an ant if I see it. You know, you see a little black ant walking by, I'm not going to step on it. I don't have that. There's no meanness in me to step on an ant intentionally. I'll walk around it. So I always was curious about how, in my case, how like my stepfather would hurt me, but yet be loving to a sibling. And I couldn't understand how, you know, somebody that had love for, like, look at Israel Keys, so much love for his daughter, but would be a fucking monster to anyone else. I couldn't, that to me was the exploratory area I was fascinated with. even if it was an attempt to have it be some sort of catharsis for myself. And whatever, it changed, it evolved.
Did you ever wonder why you did? Because I've wondered this, like, you have the trauma, other people have that trauma. I think a lot of people ask themselves the question, how come I had the same thing happen to me that this person had, but I didn't become a serial killer?
I never equate anything I went through, as traumatic as it was for me. I never equate it to anything else I've read or learned about anybody else. It is singularly relative. So while it was life altering for me, it might not have been for someone else, or I don't equate that to what another person has gone through. I tweeted yesterday, I think it was, the story of Justina Morales. And, you know, for every year I'll do her own post. I can't do a write-up on her. She was a
I read it. It was horrific.
It's horrible what this girl went through. And that's what she's the case I post yearly. I can't do my own write-up on it because it'll just break me. And I'd usually just copy Charlie Project because that's all I can handle.
Yeah.
But I look at what I went through as a kid compared to what she went through, and I'm like, I don't have I shouldn't be talking. But, you know, for me, it's relative to me. So I use that as a catalyst to draw attention to other things. And I can relate somewhat to it, but I don't put what I went through is in every sentence. I don't put it out there at all. I rarely do. I only do it in a couple of lives every once in a while, because it is part of the origins of what I do. I've had to acknowledge that. You know, it's not me just having an interest in a fucking serial killer and suddenly I'm closer to the case than I ever imagined. That's clout, and I'm not looking for clout.
I see it as a pattern though, because I see a lot of people who they undergo trauma or they experience trauma, regardless of the outcome of it. They end up inadvertently, a lot of them, just being enraptured in the similar culture that you and I take interest in. And that's the commonality that I keep seeing is like, well, why do you care about this? Because I have a missing person that I love, or, you know, my dad was murdered, or my cousin was murdered, or I was almost a death. Like me personally, I do make it about not their cases, but like I make the reason I do it about me, because to me it's like similar, you know, to you. Like, why do people do that? Like, it bothers me. And when it happened to me and I saw the process, for me it was seeing like that process and thinking, oh fuck, they applied it to me this way. Does that mean they're applying it to this case this way, this case this way? And it bothered me. So for me, it was a little selfish. It was like, I want to know why, you know, they had all this info for my case and they didn't apply it to this one. That's kind of what made me surge, like made me get really heavy into it. Before that, it was an interest, you know, and I see a lot of people with that background of like, something happened to me or someone I love, and now I'm very interested in this and even want to advocate. Do you ever what do you think about as far, like, did you expect to become an advocate, or did you expect, I guess, any of this?
No.
I
didn't. I mean, I was always sensitive. I mean, before I even say growing up, but while my youngest daughter was growing up, you know, we would all watch, you know, whatever, TV or movies.
Rescue 911, America's Most Wanted.
No, I'm not into that shit.
Shit.
I lose my shit with that. I can't handle that. But like, you know, having my daughter grow up and raising my daughter, you know, we would watch the Barbie, you know, movies or any Disney movie. And I would just cry. I would cry all the time. Anything that was emotional, I would cry.
Oh shit, you're like my mom.
We used
Cars
to
and
watch,
commercials.
I used to watch like religiously Meerkat Manor on the Discovery Channel. And when Flower sacrificed her life to save her litter, I lost it. I literally lost it. My wife, my daughter, my stepkids, everybody came to hold me because I was I lost it. Here I am following this fucking meerkat for like 2 fucking years. She's like the ballsiest bitch on the fucking Sahara. And she literally sacrificed her fucking life and took a bite from a snake to save a fucking one of her little litter kitties, whatever they are, you know.
Whatever they are. I love this.
I literally like lost it. I shattered into a million pieces. I could not handle that. And so I cry over every little fucking thing. I haven't done it.
Yo, I said you're just like my mom, and then you follow up with Meerkat Manor. Are you my mom in a Raoul mask? Let me tell you, the day I ripped on her the hardest was when she, other than a Beauty and the Beast, like it's back on Blu-ray, and she's like, oh, he was so ugly, and I'm like, why are you crying? Because she fucking fucked a beast? And my mom's like, it's just, remember Miss Potts? And I'm like, what? The teapot? Why are you crying? When Meerkat Manor came out, if I called my mother when that shit was on, she's like, love, you gotta go, click. Like between that and The Walking Dead, like my mom's always crying about Daryl or the fucking Meerkats. Like obsessed with the Meerkats.
Only
you say that, I'm like, wow, really?
It's the truth though. And
poor Flower, R.I.P.
I had to like I one of my fucking icon for one of these stupid streaming services is a fucking meerkat.
God damn it.
And I'm like, hi Flower. Like,
is that your spirit animal? Is your spirit animal a meerkat?
It's not, but like Flower was a badass bitch, man. Like,
yeah,
she smacked the shit out of a honey badger, and honey badgers don't fuck around.
They don't fuck around, and they kill everything they see.
So Flower was just like the greatest fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. And when she died, I was devastated. And the only time, and I'll only do this on your show because tangents are a thing, and I love that.
Do it.
The only time I literally shattered into pieces that took a week. Like I took a week off after this. Wow. I was just fucking broken. And it had nothing to do with true crime or anything like that. It was way before all of that.
Was it another meerkat situation?
No. And it was the series finale. Come on. Who can guess it?
Was it Sons of Anarchy?
No.
Wait, series finale of it was pre-Meerkat Manor. It was a series finale of something. Seinfeld?
6 Feet Under.
I have a confession. I pretend.
No,
I pretend that I love that show, but I've never fucking seen it. I just pretend because I don't want people to force me into like 6 years of watching a show. My buddy James Adomian does a joke about it. He says, if you say you like the show Lost, people just leave you alone.
I can't do Lost.
Yeah, but if you say you haven't seen it, they go, you have to watch Lost. And his joke is, why not just start with a movie or one episode? You want me to watch all of Lost? You want me to commit 10 years of my fucking life? And it's like, no, I don't.
You can do it in a week.
You have to do what you have to take off work. I mean, I know that you're willing to do that for the finale, but I can't do that for I can't afford to watch Lost, and I cannot afford to watch 6 Feet Under. However, I do because so many people have brought it up to me. I'm like, oh yeah, isn't Dexter in that? Oh, what a killer show! And I don't fucking know. Is it good?
So the series finale of 6 Feet Under, it has the song "Breathe Me" from Sia.
See, everyone's upset now.
So if that doesn't make you cry alone,
what song? Sia with the hair?
Or the lack of
the Frank Reynolds hair? Like fucking
the song "Breathe Me."
What is that song? I don't know that song.
My god, you're gonna have to do that on your own time. That's your homework assignment.
Now I'm gonna write down Sia
Breathe Me. and then you can YouTube the video of the last 6 minutes of that. And for me, you know, when you follow a show for X amount of years and you're so committed to all of them, and you see this, it is for me the most perfect ending of a series in history. I mean, the series ending of MASH was brilliant. Many brilliant, incredible.
The chicken scene in
series
MASH fucked me
finales.
up. I hated MASH. Then I went back
I
to
love
watch it as an adult. The chicken scene
Love
fucked
that.
me up. When you find out that chicken is a kid, I was like, done. I'm crying. I'm done.
Love MASH.
Fucked me
But
up.
nothing utterly destroyed me more than the series finale of 6 Feet Under. That song, those last 6 minutes, absolutely lost my shit. I had to take a week off of work. I went into therapy for a week.
Wait, what? Did you do and right about now is when we go, if you need better help, please.
No, it was fun. It was, for me, it was just I had been in therapy before, whatever, marriage counseling. I shouldn't have said that, but I whispered it. But
it was because of 6 Feet Under, wasn't it? She didn't want to watch it.
I used to watch Oz, and she was like, "What the fuck are you watching?"
Yo, Stabler is in Oz, and that's my next, because I heard Stabler is shirtless and he kills people, and I'm like, listen, if all you had to say was shirtless, if he's shirtless and in jail and it's Stabler, I'm watching.
If you're gonna watch Oz, you're gonna see a lot more than shirtless.
Good.
But
good.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me it was just about how love, commitment, family, disappointment, loss, and the fear of your future. It was all encapsulated in those last 6 minutes of that song, and it just shattered me. I was still, even though it was many years since the death of my brother, it just brought everything to the forefront and allowed me an opportunity or a vehicle to process it and to accept things and to know that I can be afraid of the next step, but it's not going to define me and it's not going to hold me back. And I think that's something I keep with me, and I don't cry like that anymore. I think because I'm protecting myself from the horrors of Lisk.
Yeah.
But it's there and it's always close. But I think, you know, music and media can be so moving and so impactful, and you can't have walls up. Like you got to allow yourself to be vulnerable.
Oh, dude, I am 100% on board with you with the look. I may not have seen 6 Feet Under. I apologize for interrupting you, but I have to tell you this. I may not have seen, but I've been there. In fact, the chat saw me there one day, and I never expected it to be live. This was an accident, by the way. This whole channel started because of Lisk, because I was on Melanie's channel, Melanie Littles, and people are like, I want to get in touch with this bitch. So Melanie's like, start a channel of your own. And I was going to for something totally different, comedy related. This was my alt account. Oblivious Benson was my burner. Also links to Stabler. But regardless, then here we are. And I find myself trying to hold back weeping. I do believe I wept on screen on the channel, but you should have seen me the night it happened when the New Day broke up. And if you don't know who that is, it's wrestling. Yes, I'm a fucking wrestling nerd. The day that Cody Rhodes showed up in the WWE, which is a good thing, I was a mess. I was shattered. That's when I took 3 days off of work. Me and my boyfriend were like, should we plan a vacation? Like, do we just need to get the fuck out of here right now? Because we were emotional wrecks. I was fucking bawling when the New Day told Big E, we don't fucking need you anymore. You're not our brother. Fuck you. And then he's walking away and he's like, I broke my neck. And they're like, fuck your neck. And I'm like, his fucking neck. And I just started crying. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I started having a panic attack. It had been 10 years of watching them together, 3 of them as brothers, coming up, getting title after title after that, working towards this common goal. Big E breaks his neck, and now they're like, fuck you, Big E. I cannot tell you. Like when people were like, "What's wrong with you this week?" I was like, "Fucking the New Day broke up," and they're like, "Who?" And then I had to tell them about Bootios, which is embarrassing. It's a cereal they came up with. And before you know it, I'm doing a rant, and people are like, "You weren't really crying at that. That's fake." And I'm like, with all due respect, 6 Feet Under is fucking fake too, right? Like, Game of Thrones is fucking fake. Like, that's the way I look at it. So yeah, I've been there, dude. I've had to take time off work. I've had to take vacations because I'm sad about a thing that happened in wrestling. So I feel that. But bro, Meerkat Manor, like that's just nature. You cannot go on Nature is Lit. I'm not giving you a hard time for this. I'm telling you, you can't go on Nature is Lit. I'm going to send you a list of restricted places you're not allowed to go.
I don't even care. Like my daughter knows. Like I'll cry at the drop of a fucking. Listen, my daughter. I worship nobody on this planet more than my daughter. I literally adore. I breathe for her before
Aww.
things.
Good dads make me cry too. You need to chill right now.
She's literally the reason I exist.
I'm like, he loves his daughter like Dan Connor, and I'm like fucking crying.
I'm obsessive with my daughter.
Yeah.
We talk every day, and it's at her convenience, not mine. I don't call her; she calls me. We're a thing. I love my daughter.
Yeah.
I adore her.
We're a thing. You're her dad, dude. She loves her dad.
I probably lost my train of thought.
No, you love your fucking dog. I was telling you how I'm a little bitch about wrestling. And you need to stay away from Meerkat Manor.
She understands, she understands me, and she knows the things that mean something to me, and that's just me and what I, the realm that I fall into. Whatever any individual finds emotionally moving is your catalyst. What you choose to do with it is still your decision, and it's fine either way. You can stay in the realm. Let's just take your example of the wrestling world and live in that space and commit to that space and vie and fight or support whatever, that's a good thing. But it's not even about wrestling. It's not about 6 Feet Under. It's not about Flower.
Yeah.
It's about having an emotional component to your soul.
Yeah.
And that emotional component is what's transferable to everything else in life. It's what can compel you to give $1 to a homeless person. It could be, what makes you stand up, get up out of your seat on a train and give it to somebody that looks like they may need it. In my case, it's turned into the advocacy that I do, not only exclusively for the victims of LISC, but victims wherever I connect with them, and so many reach out to me, and I reach out to so many, and to have them feel honored that I put their loved one on my map, when I feel humbled that you allow me to put them on the map. Like, some people may not want that, and I want to be sensitive to that. So I think once you have this empathy or this sensitivity, it's what you do with it. And you don't have to do anything with it. You could keep it to yourself. Your empathy is just, I always thought my empathy was just me being, I was raised by a single mother before my mother remarried, and I had my asshole stepfather.
Same. But my stepfather's not an asshole, but I feel you.
It was me, it was my mother, it was me, and then it was my brother Richie, who's now passed, and we were on welfare. We were in the projects. We had nothing, but we had family. And I don't remember the struggle. I only remember the love. And
I'm gonna cry now.
Oh, I'm winning tonight. I'm making you cry left and right. But that's it. That's where my empathy originates from. Like it came from my mother. It came from my grandmother. My grandmother was the literal foundation of my life, and being blessed to be with her as she passed from this world wasn't a sad thing. It was a blessing. And as hard as it was to no longer have her in my life, she's all around me. You know?
Dude. Oh, that's true. It's almost like the sacrifice. When people make a sacrifice for you and you can feel it, that's to me when you remember that love more than the struggle. And in a way, it does make letting them pass, not really letting them pass, but if they pass or whatever they do with their lives, if they move on, if they want to do something while they're alive, like it's almost easier to handle in a way because it's like you deserve this rest. You know what I mean? Knowing that sacrifice, it's like you feel good about you did your best and look at me because of you. Like I'm who I am because of you. I can feel that. And I think that really all of the empathy, I think it does come from sacrifice. I mean, I not solely, but I do think that a lot of it does, because when you've had someone sacrifice a lot for you so that you can just survive, it becomes almost easier to feel for other people. And I don't know why, but I do truly feel that. And I think that there's a lot of people out there who sacrifice for their kids, or for other people, that for strangers even.
Yep.
And they don't need them to know that. But when they do find out, I think that it softens their soul a little bit, or it makes them feel love instead of whatever was perhaps causing the need for a sacrifice, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I've said it a million times. Like I said it tonight. Like sometimes when you stand, you have to stand really tall. Or I say things like, I'll stand when no one else is willing to stand, or
Standing on business. That's what they say now. You standing on business, Raul.
So, like I know that the families I know the families are not going to the Fry hearings right now. And, when I say that I will stand, in your place, I'm careful how I say that to them. I don't have a right to do that. I don't speak for the families or the victims. I'm not any official representative of any of them.
It's like saying I'm here if you need me.
Yeah, and I go there, and I've only said this a few times to a few people, but all the times I go to that court. So once the judge is in session and they call the order, and they go through the announcements of case number and whatever, all of that shit, and then they wait for Rex to come up and be seated. It takes about 1 minute to 2 minutes, and that's usually pure silence. And that's when I take a moment, and I usually just cross my fingers in my own hands. I put my head down, and I take that time to say why I'm here. I validate why I'm here. I'm like, I'm here today, and I say it to myself. I'm here for Sandra. I'm here for Valerie. I'm here for Jessica. I'm here for Maureen. I'm here for Melissa, and I'm here for Megan, and I'm here for Amber. And I'm here for all those that do not have their justice yet. And I usually just keep going until I know that he's about to walk in the courtroom. And then I want to make sure that if there isn't a family member there present in the court for a hearing, that at least someone who cares about their loved ones and their loved ones' legacies is there to honor them. I want their names to be said, even if it's in my mind. And sometimes I'll whisper it if I have more than one person with me. But I want to make sure that, these girls' names are mentioned each day, even if it's just coming out of my mouth in the slightest of whispers. I don't want I don't want it ever to be about him. I don't want it ever to be about, all of the testimony, all of the DNA, all of that. I'm fine with the process, but I want someone to be saying these girls' names every single time there's a court. And I'm the one that, if I'm the one that does that, then I consider that an honor.
Did you ever do? Oh no, keep going. Sorry.
I just let the families know that I do that, and I just want them to know that your loved one's name is mentioned, even if it's just in whispered tones.
I love that. Did you ever, when you were little? I don't know if you're religious or not, but when I was little, we were told you have to say your prayers, And I remember before bed, I would always say my prayers, and I would do the thing where you kneel at the bed and you do this, and then I would say, please protect grandma, please protect Nani, please protect, Bubby, please protect like everybody. And I always had to say like in a specific order, I had my order, and then I always made sure to mention like my mom and my auntie. And then once I get through with them, then anybody else who I was worried about like that week or that time. But it got to a point where like, it was almost like OCD. Like I had to do it. Otherwise I felt like something could happen to them. Like in my head, it's like, if I don't say my prayers, something bad's going to happen. When in reality, looking back, I probably, in my head, I could have said something like, if I do say them, something good will happen,
Yeah.
But even to this day, as much as I hate to admit it, I'm not a religious person, and I'm still not entirely sure what I believe. I just think there's something out there. But to this day, right before bed, every night when I close my eyes, even though I'm like, I don't go to church and I don't believe that, in my head, I'm like, but please God, please just protect my mom and please protect Bubby. Like I still do it. Like, and in a way it's like, okay, now I can go to like permission to rest, permission granted. Sounds a lot like what you do in court. Like it means a lot to you.
Because it's about the girls.
Yeah.
It's and yes, it's about the girls, but I don't know the girls. I never knew the girls,
too.
but I know the families.
Yeah.
And I care so much about the girls, and I care. I can't say if it's just as much or even more. I don't have relationship with the girls, but I have relationships with the families, and that's and I'll say this. I said this to a couple of people that are family members. It's not clout to know family. It doesn't put you on any hierarchy, and oftentimes, and I want to make sure I articulate this carefully because
it can harder.
It can be misconstrued. It can be a burden to know a family member because of just the disproportionate amount of understanding, of relevancy, and of pain. I don't know what they've gone through. I can surmise it. I can empathize with it. I can get really, really, really close to feeling it, but it's never going to be the same.
Mm-hmm.
It's not my cousin. It's not my sister. It's not my daughter.
It hurts to see them sad.
It hurts me to see them sad.
Yeah. You're already sad for the victim.
So I go to court. When I go to court, I make sure that I say the girls' names. I make sure to pray for justice for all the other ones that I believe could be his victims. Because some of them I'm the only one fighting for. You look at, and maybe that's arrogant, but you look at like,
no, it's true. There's some that
Judith Ramona Velaz, I believe is a Liz victim, and I've done what I needed to do to push that forward, but who's saying her name? I want to say her name. I want to continue to say her name. But at the same time, for this moment in time, it's about our 7 girls. and I want to make sure that if I'm there alone or I'm with, I don't want to say their names because I don't want to expose them, but the people that I usually go with, we care about these girls. We care about these families. We have these relationships that mean so much to us. I mean, I hope no one I work with is watching, but like I will
You're loved. You
I
work
will
with them.
outright fucking lie and say,
Yeah.
I'm dying of a kidney stone, and meanwhile I'm sitting at court. Like I don't
He's
fucking
kidding.
care.
Work. He's kidding.
I
If you
actually
work
don't
with-
fucking care. I love my job, but I hate it. I just whatever.
I gave him the kidney stones. That was me. Blame me.
For me, it's like it's a matter of prioritization, and I look back. I look at all the times Missy, who's Maureen's sister, fought for her sister's justice, or Lorraine, or Mary. I look at contemporary struggles, relatively contemporary. For Valerie and for Jessica.
I feel horrible for Amanda, dude. I cry when I read or hear even or see in a documentary anything about the calls she had.
That's what's so special about if I'm not gonna really attack the Gone Girls documentary, but one of the most beautiful elements of that, and even though it's replicated in the first Lost Girls or in the New Yorker or New York Magazine, whichever it is, article where they're all at lunch together, but you see Missy and Elizabeth, who's Megan's aunt. You see Amanda, Melissa's sister. You see Liliana, Megan's daughter. Like the family, these strangers have become family in and of themselves.
Yeah.
Because few people have experienced what they have. Many people have lost and have missing, and I'm not diminishing the severity of that, but you throw in serial killers, asshole lawyers. Oops. Did I throw that?
Put your scrunchies on. Put them on. Time tight.
I mean, you throw all this extraneous, distractions and static into this, and you lose sight of what's most important. Not only the girls that lost their lives, but the families, these strangers that have come together and have bonded in such a deep way that no one other than themselves can understand. So, Missy, Elizabeth, Amanda, Liliana, Jasmine, Cherie.
And I would say it goes beyond a trauma bond too. I've seen a lot of people say, "Oh, that's trauma bonding." It's like, yeah, but in a way, it's also a deception bond. It's like a neglect bond. They're bonding on. There's so many elements that are unique to this case, but so many that are common. It's the combination of them.
Yeah,
like, neglect.
I mean, and these
all of it.
These families are so fucking relentlessly protective of their loved ones. I don't want anyone to think that I just sort of slid into everybody's, Facebook groups and everything and suddenly became all of this. I am nothing. I am nothing. I am meaningless in this. I downplay my importance in this. I understand the impact of what I can do, but it's not clout driven. I don't want the attention. If it wasn't for a direct request of a family member, I wouldn't be here tonight. I would not be public. Catch List would not be a fucking thing, even though it was already a thing. I just would not have been front and center to challenge the fuckery that's out there. I was asked to look out and protect someone at a event, let's put it that way, and I decided in that millisecond, stand up or sit the fuck down, sit all the way down. And I'm like, I'm not being asked by some rando. I'm being asked by a family member, and I'm gonna stand, and I'm 5'3", and I'm gonna stand 90 miles tall.
And that can be a burden and an honor. And the fact that you take it as an honor shows a lot to your character. It's one of the reasons that, I mean, I've always thought very highly of you, Raul. And I mean that because I'm also usually high, but also because I do think you're incredible. But the amount of your personal self, both physically and internally, emotionally, that you've put into these cases shows, because I'm gonna take you out while I brag about you for a minute. I don't know if you'll let me do this, but I'm doing it. I'm gonna tell a brief story about
It's
Raul.
your show. Do whatever you want.
I'm about to fucking brag on you. I'm about to Raul brag. Raul's a really fucking good dude, and he's done something and said something that I have yet to experience in true crime, if you will. And it was something that, to this day, it doesn't matter. Raul can tell me, go fuck yourself with 1,000 fucking cobs of corn, and I'd be like, it's okay. I guess I'm gonna fuck myself with corn, okay? Because I respect him this much. There was a time when we watched a video on this channel. I felt gross. Like, I felt gross wanting to watch it with a group. One of the reasons I wanted to watch it with a group and put it public on the channel was because I wanted to use it as a learning tool to just shit all over and chastise the people who were using it to sensationalize it. And some of you might remember what that was. I'll just say it. It was when Mary and her daughter, Mary Gilbert, was murdered. The EWU crew put out a video of it, of the 911 calls. It was a body cam. So many people were using that video and putting it out on Twitter, and all I could think of was like, holy fuck, her kids, I didn't know how old her kids were, but I knew they were probably old enough to use the internet. In my head, it's like, this is not okay, but it's already out there. So may as well try to get people to maybe suppress it by showing people this video and saying, this is not fodder. This is not something that should be used as a tool to point the finger at anyone, which was happening a lot. A lot of people were claiming, look at what's on the license plate. She must have been into, they were Wiccan, who gives a fuck? And people were saying, well, this means this, that, and the other. And maybe she and her mom, like, people were saying horrible things I'm not going to repeat. And to me, it's like, it's going to be hard to defend this, but I felt I need to defend this. And maybe I can use this as a way to defend it, to show people don't let them twist this video into something it's not. But I still felt gross. I felt really gross just showing it and watching it at all. And I was like, maybe you got to feel gross to do something important. And I put it out, and I still didn't feel good about it. I actually felt worse. And I messaged Raul in that moment, and I was like, I need someone to be honest with me, because I'm not going to say their names, but I asked 3 other content creators who have LISC backgrounds. Like, as in they've shown LISC stuff before. I'm like, would you show this video, or would you talk about this video? What do you think about this? And they were like, oh, it's your right. You have every right. Oh, that's going to get great views. Shit like that. And maybe that's what made me feel icky. But when I went to Raul and I said, yo, I don't even remember exactly what I told you, but I remember being like, I just feel weird about it. Like, I need advice. Do you think that I should have done that, or I should leave it up, or should I take it down? Like, I don't want to upset people. I don't want to upset the family, shit like that. Raul was the first person to be honest with me. And what he said, I feel like a lot of people might be like inclined to defend themselves, or to be like, but what about but in my head, all I could think of was, he's fucking right. He's 100% right. And you told me, you said, I've worked very hard to suppress that video. I don't want people seeing it. And you told me, you said, no, like, I'm so fucking pissed they did that, because she has kids that could see it. family could see that. People who love her could see that. And it's not a good video to put out. And I was like, fuck, Raul is the goodest dude. He's 100% right. This is why I feel this way. And I don't want to be that person who put something out that could hurt the victim's family. That's actually the exact opposite of what I wanted. I went about it the wrong way. And he had the fucking balls to be like, no, bitch, don't do that. Like in a nicer way. And I'm like, oh, that's all I need. I just needed the validation. I need someone to tell me, nah, you shouldn't do that. You're wrong to do that. And he did that. He did that. And he could have lied to me. He could have been like, no, it's your right. You can do it. Like, I don't think you should. He could have sugarcoated it. He just straight up was like, I don't think it's good. Here's why. Boom. And it made sense. And when I took it down, I felt very good after that. Like this is something that I know is not going to hurt the families now. I'm not contributing to it, at least. And thank goodness he was willing to be honest with me. Not once did he talk about clicks or views. Not once did he bring up what the audience would like. Not once did he bring up anything that had to do with, putting the word out about it. It was like, no, this is not right. And here's what affects the family. And here's why I don't think it should be out there. And it's hard to tell people the truth sometimes, but he did it without a second thought. And in that moment, looking back, it's like, fuck, like this dude gives great fucking advice and he's honest, even if it's to his detriment. Now, I don't know how that could have been to your detriment. Like I wouldn't have attacked you, but so many people out there would. Like there are people who are trolls who would fight him, who would call him a dick, who would hate him forever.
So
but
it's so funny because last week, I think it was last week, every day is a blur, but recently on Reddit, in some stupid asshole thread, this came up again. And someone said, hey, post a link. So I defend ferociously Shannon Gilbert's legacy. I protect.
That was the first thing you brought up to me.
I protect Cherie ferocious. Like I will go to jail to protect her. Like
yes, you will.
I will sacrifice my freedom. I care about this woman. I care about Shannon. I care about the legacy. I care about the family. I care about the fucking truth. Like this will get me like activated. So when I saw this come up again in a Reddit thread, and in all transparency, I'm not a part of the Lisk Killer Reddit. I am a mod on the Rex Heuermann Reddit thread. So being transparent there. This came up on the this post, this comment came up on the true crime discussion Reddit thread. And when the person said, please post the link, I responded and said, please do not post the link. The link, this video has nothing to do with the topic on hand. It has nothing to do with this subreddit. And it is absolutely detrimental to the family. It is hurtful. It is mean-spirited. And there's no benefit to this. This video had no reason to be publicized. There was no questionability about law enforcement's procedural handling of this situation. It should not have been released. But the fact that it is released and had been released a few years before, the fact that it's getting traction now because of, what is it, EWC or whatever the fuck they are?
Yeah, EWU or whatever.
So when that YouTube channel published this, I got the notification within like 3 minutes. I watched it go from 3 minutes to 4 minutes or 5 minutes, whatever, jump up by the tens of thousands. Within the hour, it had 5 million views.
Yep.
And I reached out to someone, not family related, and said, I'm about to destroy my life because I'm about to go so fucking scorched earth that it'll probably wind up with me getting arrested. because I'm about to drop threats. I'm about to fucking go kill
I
somebody.
remember you were furious when you
I'm gonna lose
were
my shit.
expressing that to me when it came out. You said, "This is how I felt when it came." I remember being like, "God damn,
Because
yeah, that's bad."
it has nothing to do with anything, and all it is doing is exposing, in the rawest terms, a person struggling in the throes of mental illness,
Mhm.
taking on and layering in years of her own internalization about the disappearance and death or murder of her sister and her applications of reasons why that happened.
Mhm.
Unfounded, unjustified, and illogical because she was suffering with severe mental illness, and it resulted in her murdering her mom. This mom just happened to be the mom of Shannon Gilbert. It is not Lisk related. It is only and I hate saying it this way because it can be misconstrued. It is, with pertaining to Shannon, it's a footnote.
Yeah.
Pertaining to Mary, it's not. It's super important. But what hurts the most,
It's okay.
I care very much for Cherie. I know Cherie. I talk with her so often. I love her to death. I protect her as much as I can from where I am. But this is one of Cherie's most vulnerable moments, more than Shannon. This is her mom and her sister.
Her life.
Shannon has nothing to do with this element, this moment in time. And to have people putting this out there, exposing Cherie at her truly most vulnerable, deepest, traumatic moments, the people in her family's most traumatic moments, but even more important than that, the little kids. They were little kids then, they're teenagers now, mid-teens now. For them to stumble across this shit.
Mm.
And it's not for me to say whether or not they've had this discussion with their family members about the loss of Mary.
But it's not up to everyone else to force it on them.
Yeah, I wouldn't share that if I knew it anyway. But the fact that social media will drive this to them or show up in their For You page or this or that, for them to be exposed, let's assume they haven't had a conversation about this. This is earth-shattering.
Mm-hmm.
If they had a conversation about it and they felt protected, this is earth-shattering. If they've had a conversation, had been through therapy, feel in a good space, it's still fucking earth-shattering. Yeah. This does not belong out there. There's no need for it out there. This is what, in my opinion, falls under the umbrella of true grime. Sensationalism. Because we want to sit here collectively, sit on our fucking sofas and our fat asses with our greasy fingers growing into the bag of popcorn while we watch somebody else's incredible trauma displayed out on our TV that we can pause at any moment to take a piss or to get another drink.
Yeah.
That to me, and I know I went on a rant there, and
that was a much needed rant. People need to hear that. It's true.
For me to know that you reached out to me for my perspective on that and the actions you've taken since then really elevated you even more in my eyes. And I respect you for that. And, you know, for me, I see it on Reddit. I attack. I go fucking straight balls in. And I don't just go at the person doing it because I want to educate them first and foremost. But if they're a fucking idiot troll, then I'm going to go over and I'll get the mods to take that shit down. So that shit, wherever it pops up that I see it, I get it taken down. I've had it taken down from from 7 different Reddit accounts. I've had it taken down from every Facebook account that I've been able to see, even though I use my own troll accounts to troll the trolls.
Yeah.
Motherfuckers. Wherever I find that shit, I will attack that, because the family of Shannon Gilbert needs to be protected. They need to be safe.
They do.
And they just want to move on with their life, and everything else is a separate story with the civil case and everything. That's for a whole other episode.
Yeah.
But I just want to, I care about them deeply. I want to protect them like a motherfucker. And
it shows.
I mean, I care about them as fiercely as for them as I do at all the other girls and all the other cases that are near and dear to me. So, you know, I'm sorry I'm ranting.
No, you're perfect. You remind me when you say things like that, it reminds me of the reason even that I reached out to you is in my head, in the back of my head and in my gut. I kept thinking of a quote my granny and my mom used to, not so much my mom, but mainly my granny used to say. She used to say, the pathway to hell is paved with good intentions. And I don't know where that came from, where she got that, but it stuck with me all these years, because you can mean well and create a forest fire, you know?
I mean, look at what has happened last year.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to be careful how I do this, because I don't want to spark a fire, but
yeah,
you know, if a wildfire happens, fuck it. When I get a lot of people coming to me in my inboxes
mm-hmm.
and sharing stories and experiences and seeking validation. It's not for me to validate you. I am nobody. This means nothing. Catch Lisk, who the fuck am I? You know, 10 years from now, it's meaningless. It doesn't mean anything. I want to, anybody that comes to me with a story or an experience, let's just keep it focused on Liz for a second. I want to believe you. I start off believing you. I want to support you. I consider you a victim. How can I help you? How can I help your process, your evolution, to get you on a path to thriving, if that's what you need, or if you just need an ear to yell at and listen to and whatever. I want to be there for you. I start off believing. Your actions after that elevate or mitigate that position in how I approach you. And I want to believe, I want to respect. And, you know, like I've said a million times, and screenshots are a beautiful thing, is that, you know, I always start off by, you know, thanking people for the bravery it takes to share their story with a total stranger. And, you know, whether it's me or in any other forum, you know, I appreciate that. I'm humbled by that people would trust me. When that trust is betrayed, that's a whole other element. And I don't know where the impetus for that comes from. And I can forgive and move on. And I want to make sure that anybody that's sharing anything with me is in a safe place for themselves. So any past or previous, you know, aggressions, I could move beyond. I just want people to know that my priority is several-fold. It's fucking facts, it's families, and it's victims. And I won't tolerate anything fucking with any of that. Like, I just cannot. I've given warnings before to people. If this is your intention, our friendship is now ended and we will be enemies. And I am voracious. And, you know, I don't care what people say about me. I don't, you know, I've had shit thrown at me and
Oh, I know.
You know,
me too, but not as much as you. Goddamn.
You know, and I'm not alone. Like, they've attacked family members. And listen, people get misguided. People believe something that they're told by somebody that they trust. And I understand that. And I can forgive that. I can move past that. It's your actions. You're only as good as your last thing, whatever that phrase is, you know?
Yeah.
But if
I
your
think I know which one, but I don't know the phrase.
yeah, if your actions are consistently pro victim, pro truth, pro facts, pro advocacy, then we can continue to move forward. We don't have to be as close as we once were, but we have to move forward.
Yeah.
Or I don't have to fucking acknowledge you're even breathing on this planet. I don't give a fuck. My priorities, I'll allow people into my umbrella, my space. But if you're not relevant and you're not contributing, or if you're detrimental to it, or if you're a threat to the legacy, the family, or the victims, you ain't getting to me. And I can ignore you. I can suck all the oxygen out of the room, and I don't fucking care. I just want the girls that have lost their lives and the young men that I believe lost their lives. I want their families. I want them all protected. I want them all respected. I want words like prostitute and hooker to go away. I want understanding that survival work is that in the phrase. It's survival. I want people to understand that these are choices that are made that they aren't consciously making, that it's not, hey, it's Monday, I'm going to go do this. These are people that did what they did because they had to, or because they were groomed or coerced into. And that can't be lost. And then at the other end of the spectrum, I do want to respect where you started off your show tonight with, the family of the accused. And I'll state my position on this, which is slightly different than how you started.
Mm-hmm.
I have a world of empathy for Chris.
Mm-hmm.
I do. I don't think he needs to be a part of any conversation. I don't think he needs to be a part of any dialogue.
He was deceived.
I think a world of empathy should be shared to him, and that's all I'm going to say about him.
Mm-hmm.
I extend love and compassion to him. With Victoria, I've gone at her. I did not appreciate an outfit she wore. I felt it was insensitive. I believe the optics were terrible. I don't necessarily blame her for that now. I blame her lawyer for allowing it or not conveying a sense of propriety. Well, that word's too big tonight.
What's the word? Courtroom decorum?
Decorum.
Is that the word? Yeah.
Like have a sensitivity to the optics. I saw Victoria. I literally stood next to her the other day, and it's not for me to judge or assess anybody, but we all do it. It's unconscious, and it happens. I saw past the outfit. That's a separate commentary, and whatever on that. My assessment, watching her walk, how she held herself, her hands, her physical demeanor, her motions, I feel that she's shattered, and my heart hurt for her.
Yeah.
Outfit aside, and that's an expression of her, and in a way I can understand that and even respect that a little bit. I think the optics are something that should be communicated through the family.
Well, that's what I mean by PR. Like, a lot of these people, they don't think with a PR mindset, you know what I mean? And then it gets them in trouble. And whether they intend or not,
it is.
Yeah.
My assessment of Vicky this past week is I believe she's an absolutely shattered person, and I hurt for that. It's not at the same level as how I feel for the victims or the girls individuals
It's
or the
different.
families. It's different. And this is what I mean when I say things like false equivalency.
Yeah.
Because all things, and I put this on Reddit and to some person's comment, all things being equal, they're not. They're not.
They're
I
different.
understand. I have a perspective, helped formed by, not only victims that have survived, not necessarily risk, but victims that have survived at, horror, family members of Lisk, but also like my friend Kerry. And I have a little bit, I can be objective to a large degree. So I take things like that into account. I've attacked Asa. I've attacked Vicky.
I didn't do it first,
personally,
but then you think about it, you reflect, and you start
I
seeing
regretted
things
it.
play out. Yeah.
Kerry told me I'm better than that. And, it was reactionary, and I was reacting out of anger.
Carrie did a Raoul to Raoul.
Kerry did a Raoul to Raoul. And I love Kerry. I adore her. I cherish my friendship with her, and I pray for her health and well-being all the time.
I just hope she doesn't. I know a lot of the people that I've talked to who are, I'll just be frank, even though my name's not Frank, my family was in a mass shooting. My whole town was, but
Yeah.
one of the girls who was affected was the wife of the shooter. And she was tied down to a bed while this guy traveled to shoot up the church because he thought her family would be in it, and they weren't. And actually a substitute pastor and his family were there, and a pregnant woman was killed and 29 other people. And that girl has to live with that. And the news shattered, like the news shit all over her. They really destroyed her. She was an abused woman. She was beaten by that guy on the regular. She was tied up. She was manipulated. And even after he'd done that, she still cried for him. And people said how selfish of her. My family and a lot of people people in my town went, is she okay? You know what I mean? The people who were there, who were directly affected, the people who saw the carnage said, is she okay? That's the type of empathy I try to think of, because when you see somebody suffering, you know what I mean? Causing more to that person when they could have just as much been going through the hell a lot of people went through in one day, a slow burning version of that.
Yeah.
It wasn't the same. It's not the same as being shot in the face.
Yeah.
But you can't deny the abuse and the things she went through. That shit like sticks with me. And when I see it, changed my perspective on things. As odd as it is, it made me look at people like Carrie. And for those of you who don't know who Carrie is, it's BTK's daughter. Imagine the amount of people who blame her the way they blame the girl whose husband did that shit.
Yeah.
These families get blamed. Is it the same trauma as having a loved one taken from you? No, but not all traumas are the same. They just aren't.
That's what I mean by false equivalency. Like, people go, well, and I was guilty of that myself in the beginning. I in the Facebook groups that I was participating in or run. It's like Asa and Vicky and Chris, they're victims. We're going to respect them. It compromised my relationship with the families at one point. Like, it literally compromised that relationship, and for me, I've been in court several times with Asa and Victoria and Macedonia or whatever. I go to court and I do what I say I do. I mention the girls' names. I focus on the information, the witness, the legal process. And that's what I'm there for. I don't need to have a relationship with his family. I don't need to judge them either.
Yeah.
And when I listen to Macedonia say, well, they want to know how their hair got there, and okay, valid, 100% valid. I support that. I'll defend that. I'll even scream it out loud, you know. But for me, and I'm not diminishing them, they're not my priority.
No, that's tough.
They're not my priority.
Yeah.
My priority is standing for the girls and the victims. That I can't be catch last for whatever that is.
Yeah.
I can't be that and post every anniversary or any heavenly birthday or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's just not completely unilaterally equitable.
But you're allowed to have grace, though. You can't be
But I
every.
have grace.
Yeah.
I have grace for Chris. I have grace. That goes on.
Yeah.
I don't need to continue saying that.
I should say you need to be given grace, not you need to have grace. Like
Not
people
me.
need to
I
give-
don't care about me.
I think that the general public,
saw-
anyone who comes at you needs to give you grace. You can't play every role.
When I saw Vicky show up the other day, I was like, oh, so I didn't pass judgment on her. What I passed judgment on is the rest of the world. I'm like, the world is going to tear her to fucking shreds.
That's what I said. I looked at it and I went, yikes, this is
And
not going to go well.
Yeah, I felt terrible because there's nothing I can do to stop someone from being abused. And it's not even my place to do it, but I feel empathy for her. Like, it's not my place. But if it can be known how I feel right now, I feel for her. There's nothing I can do to help her.
There you go.
But there are people that can help her. She has a fucking lawyer.
Yep.
And her lawyer is Matev, who wasn't there. So if it's left up to Macedonio, I can't speak for somebody, but he must have said what the fuck in his head.
Yeah.
And if you're saying what the fuck in your head, that means you failed in your job because you were not proactive. Proactive means you don't wear black blouses with black roses on them, because people like me will attack, and I have.
Wait, why not? I'm a little like dumb with fashion, and I just don't want to fuck up in the future. Why not?
If you're the wife of an accused serial killer, you shouldn't be wearing black roses on a blouse. It's just.
Do they mean something? I just
Black
don't. I've never heard this. Yeah.
I mean, what do black roses represent? Are black roses natural in the world?
Yo, I don't fucking know, Raul.
They're not.
What?
So Asa had worn a black blouse, and I went all in on that. I lost my shit on that. Like, where are the optics? It happened within the same week that Vicky wore the anime skeleton shirt. Like, I get it post because I've learned a little bit more. But somebody's got to communicate the optics of what they do. They're going to be scrutinized. Anytime they're out walking in the street or whatever they're doing, they're going to get captured, and it's going to be interpreted and misinterpreted.
And I would be so bad at this, Raul. I honestly, I didn't even think about any of that because I should say I've been to very few funerals in my life. I can't go to them, and I don't mean to be disrespectful. I don't know the rule. I didn't know that it was a big deal to not wear certain colors at weddings.
It's not a matter of it's a big deal or not. In this case, the
optics are bad.
You cannot sit there 2 weeks before through your lawyer say you feel bad for the victims that lost their lives, and yet you're wearing, to me, black roses. Like, that just was just poor.
You know what?
To me,
yeah,
the anime skeleton. I learned a little bit more, and listen, in my grifters, I have a YouTube channel on the Catch List. I made one fucking video live. It was my grifters basically rant against idiot John Ray and the evil element there.
Yeah,
where I did admit that I attacked Asa and Victoria for their lack of awareness. But I also admitted that I was wrong in that. And I had contrition for what I have done. I can't speak about what they're going through because clearly I'm not in their position. And I've taken the guidance of people like Kerry in my life that can text me or call me and say, hey, so I appreciated that. Kerry understood that I reacted out of anger.
Yeah.
So I appreciated that acknowledgement. And I've not attacked them ever since. And I probably won't ever going forward. I will say this, though. Asa's behaviors cost her any empathy I could give her. Not that my empathy is quantitative. It means nothing. Yeah. Who the fuck am I? But I don't have any. I struggle to give her any empathy whatsoever. I literally stood 2 feet away from Victoria and Asa the other day. Unfettered, no lawyers. All I did was just sit there and stand next to them. I didn't look at them. I didn't stare at them. I gave them the respect of their space.
That's something that so few people will even give.
No, because everybody will have a microphone in their face or begging. Sorry, it's like
you got motocross in your house?
I got a bunch of fucking idiots out there. Wish I had a BB gun,
dude. Don't. I wish Meerkat Manor was on so I can watch it.
I'm a Libra, so I'm either like beautiful.
Oh, God damn it! There it is. There it is. There it is. Okay. First of all, I don't believe in any of that shit. That's why you know about the roast. Someone in the chat said it's symbolism, Dad. Like they call me Dad because I'm kind of a cool thing. I don't even know if they did it, but
I'm with it, Daddy.
They said symbolism, and I'm over here going, "Oh, I hate that shit. I don't like symbols. I don't like astrology. I don't give a fuck about the moon. We are anti-moon here." You're sitting here going, "I'm a Libra." Like I'm supposed to know what the fuck that means. What does that mean now? What's a Libra? What does it mean?
My sign seeks balance.
BB guns?
No, my sign seeks balance in all things. Physical, universal, spiritual. I'm always seeking balance. But that's the goal. The problem is if I'm happy, I'm super happy.
Uh-oh.
If I'm sad, I'm super sad. I'm the scale of
shit. Raoul's extreme like Mountain Dew.
If I'm pissed off, I'm pissed the fuck off. So
I'm a Leo. What does that mean? I bite people?
Oh my God, you're my ex-wife.
Give me the BB gun, Raoul. Quit watching Meerkat Manor. What the fuck is wrong with you? Why are you crying at fucking animals again? I'm over here doing the laundry.
I mean, yeah. So I've been married twice. I love both of them, and they're both very special to me. My first wife was a Leo. My second wife is a Scorpio. So I'm just an idiot.
What's a Scorpio? That's a
Scorpio is the fucking
demon? Shit demon? What are they like?
What does a Scorpio do? They fucking stab you left and right.
Oh shit, they do?
I love her though. She's still one of my favorite people.
What's the worst sign?
She's the mother of my daughter. So
what's the worst sign?
I can't say I'm a Libra, so I can't say there's a worst sign. It's just a matter of what works the best.
Cop out. I'm gonna start saying that when people are like, "What do you believe?"
I'm a cop out.
God, I'm gonna go. I'm a Leo. I don't have to believe in God.
I'm gonna cop out. For me right now, the best sign is my own sign, and that's just me.
That's so Libra of you, Raoul.
It is. I'm a true Libra. My birthday is October 2nd, so I am a true Libra at the very height of Libra.
Oh, Mookie's is a Libra. My dog's a Libra.
There you go.
He's a Boston Terrier, and he's the sweetest little angel. He cries at stuff too. I should put on Meerkat Manor and see what Mookie's does.
Oh my God, I might just go back. I can't do it to myself. I can't.
I mean, the death of Flower's offspring. Are you gonna go find her offspring and embrace them so you can get closure?
The death of Flower was so traumatic to me, but at the same time, I was watching Deadliest Catch. You know, the Alaskan crab fisherman.
Oh, I have so much chisme. I know someone who worked with that crew a whole season and told me some fucked up shit.
I mean, when Phil died, I lost it too. I just sat there crying.
So my buddy was a crabber, and he actually went to work with, I think it was the Environmental Protection Aid. His whole job was to like monitor the boats.
Yeah.
And when they pulled in certain sea creatures to take them inside and stick little prods up their ass and find out how cold they were or what they ate and shit like that, and then report it to the government. Why? I don't fucking know, but Matt made a lot of money. He told me all those dudes beat the shit out of their wives and brag about it on the boat. And I'm like, what? And then he goes in, he was a little sauce, and he was like, fucking, yeah, and one of them fucking said he was gonna murder her and did. And I'm like, what? And like, I think a guy did get in trouble for something like that. And I was like, I'm not gonna look into that because I know too much. He told me some fucking wild stuff. Like, they're all gamblers. They make jokes about pushing each other off the boat. They fucking are like, I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, they work for 3 to 6 weeks. They get $60,000, $100,000. You're broke, and then you're rich, and then you're broke, and then you're rich.
He said all of them have toe infections, or like their toenails get ripped out at one point or another. And I'm like, why? And he's like, because they forget their socks, then they get foot infections. Their feet are always wet. I'm like, what? Like, crabbers and fishermen have like really fucked up things that they go through, that they like problems we don't have. Like, my feet are always wet and now my toes falling off, or like they can't exercise a lot.
Yeah.
They all have.
That's why I say all the things I complain about are stupid compared to everything else.
You know, it's funny you say that, because one of the first times I ever covered lists, this is kind of weird. This is how shit comes back around. And yes, what about shrimpers? But one of the things that in like maybe the first episode where we talked about on this channel, it was definitely in the first 3. People were saying, again, like, but the women were prostitutes about some shit. And I'm reading it and I'm like, okay, first of all, I'm against statute like the way you're fucking talking, because a lot of women go out there and do sex work, and they were trying to basically equate all women of the night do it because they want to, or it's a choice. And it's like, oh, I'm getting mad at that. And I remember it was like a fight in a Reddit forum. And then, I remember like talking about it. It was just weird. And for some reason, my head went to, they said it's the most dangerous profession on earth. And for some reason, I was like, no, it's not. It's fucking crab fishermen. And it's because my buddy told me that. And I said, you're more likely to be fucking murdered by boat than by that. So calm the fuck down here. Nobody goes out and yells at the men for fucking getting crab. And then later on, I remember like thinking about that episode, like, should I take that down? Is that rude? And then I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with me? Like, who would that be rude to? The crab fishermen? Like, why do I give a fuck what they think? I don't even know any. And then I started thinking about like, damn, is that why crab's so expensive? Which actually had nothing to do with the topic. But if you think about it, like, the more risk, they say, the more reward. Well, I don't think that, because again, look at sex work for the sex worker. But with the crab fisherman, it's like, it is kind of true.
Yeah.
It's different for different people. That's, I guess the point I was trying to make is everything is circumstantial. Like everything, you really have to look at a person's situation, circumstance. And when we were talking earlier about the victims versus the family who could also be victims, also very circumstantial. Two separate things, same part of the heart.
Yeah, we just gotta take we just have to take the judgment out of it.
Yeah.
We just have to take the judgment out of it. That if humanity can start doing that, then empathy can canvas the planet. And once you have empathy doing that, I mean, I don't think it's going to happen in this lifetime now, but I'm not making any political statements, but I think if you can extend empathy to someone else, that's the start.
Yeah.
I've never thought, even 5 years ago, when I was more heavily or becoming more heavily into this, that the people in my circle would be as profound as they are to me back then and now. I mean, I look at, you look at the Maura Murray case, and Julie Murray's been such a force, and I never thought I'd be in the same space as
I never thought I'd find someone who hates Dane Cook as much as me.
Oh yeah. I mean, you find yourself in the same space as these people, and you learn, and you just enhance your awareness and empathy. It's something that is intrinsic to who I am, is so fundamental to the message that Julie Murray says from Maura Murray, and it's engage with empathy. And it takes intelligence, maturity, and a conscious decision to engage with empathy. Like, it's not just like, oh yeah, check mark. I smiled, or I gave a heart to Maura Murray page. It's more than that. It's engaging in your conversation, in your actions, in your tweets or posts or discussions. It's standing for what is fundamentally more important than a click, then a subscription, then a buy me a coffee. I get buy me a coffees.
Dude,
I'm
I
not
needed
gonna
to
be
hear that
hypocritical.
more than anything right now, really, because I've always felt like engagement's key. I talk to a lot of the kids, I say kids, the people in my chat, like they'll reach out to me. I'll have full blown. Sometimes I talk to them and they're like, I have to go. And I'm like, no, listen. And I'm still bothering them.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, like there have been other times where people have been like, who gives a fuck about this person because they're not a creator? And I'm like, oh, I like them a lot. I give a
Yeah.
fuck. Like,
I
I
mean,
love them
I don't
actually.
I
Like,
don't want to shame anybody for
yeah.
doing what they do. If your ethics fall off the scale, I mean, at this point, I'm so busy, I'm so overwhelmed. I'm not going to necessarily say, "Hey, all right, you're my enemy and I'm going fucking at you." Like, you have
Yeah.
to be egregious for me to get that much attention from me. And clearly, after last year, I don't give out oxygen a lot. Like, you can fucking fuck off. But for me, it's like, if you're not doing anything you do, if the least you can do is share a missing person flyer or a GoFundMe or a change.org petition,
Yeah.
that's the very least you can do. I mean, I do all the light the way posts on Twitter. I schedule them. I make sure they're correct and thoughtful. I do that because I care about what Light the Way cares about. I do my own honorable or memorial tweets and posts, for list victims and for dozens of other cases that I work with or care about. And that's the minuscule level of advocacy. It's the easiest thing to do. All you're doing is click like and click share, repost. Simple, 3 clicks, you're done.
Yeah.
You're an advocate. Hooray. But and that's a beautiful thing, and I don't mean to diminish that. I don't want to lessen that, because that's all it takes. That's why we do Missing Person Monday or Tip Tuesday or things like that, because it's just a couple of clicks.
I think you're so much more than that, though. You need to give yourself a little credit. I know you won't, but one day I hope you look back and realize that you have done a lot more than you give yourself credit for.
I mean,
you really have. There's nothing like this map that exists.
The map is special. The map is a blessing and a curse. The map has, for me, solved 4 cases. It's given life to many other cases. I won't put a number on it anymore because I just can't recall it. Like, cases get reclassified. They get. You look at. All right. So I hate saying all this. It sounds
Say it.
ugly. I'm the lead advocate for the missing person, Dawn Michelle Holt, who went missing out of Maryland in 1996. And, we first looked at Dawn Holt as a possible Fire Island Jane Doe before she was identified as Karen Vegata. The dates were slightly off by a handful of days between, Fire Island Jane Doe's legs being found on Fire Island and the disappearance of Dawn Michelle Holt.
Yeah.
So, but nuances or details like that can get kind of blended.
Yeah.
and not necessarily
Well,
accurate.
height and days are the same to me. Like if you see
Yeah.
someone that's a little advice to everyone, if you see someone and you go, oh, but she was 5'1", this can't be her, give them 2 to
Yeah.
3 inches because you can always be surprised. Same with
Right.
that. Same with
Yeah.
space. Same with time. Same with
Exactly.
days.
So Dawn became, initially on my periphery. I put her on the map, of course. I put her with the hazel eyes because she fit the same characteristics. 5'5", what was initially 5'2". She's more like 5'6", but come to find out. But the hazel eyes, the strawberry blonde hair, some part of the lifestyle, not all of it, but the dates were off. But in any event, Dawn was always on my map, always in my awareness. And, as my advocacy enhanced, I reached out to Kristen Thorne and said, hey, do you have any connections in Maryland? I'd like to get this missing person, some awareness. I got ghosted on that. Well, as nice and empathetic as I am, I have a long fucking memory, and I will make you fucking pay for that eventually. Like it may take years, months, years, whatever, but
And I might be a Libra.
Eventually my smack is gonna come around and get you. Like I'll get you.
That.
And I have all the time in the world because you know what? I'm gonna live for fucking forever. So
Long game Raul, dude.
I play the long game.
Me too.
So like, all right, Kristen ignored me, blew me off, whatever. And she's got other things to do, and she is doing good things. I will say that, but you didn't help me, so whatever. So then, a million months go by, and I realize, my circle is so much bigger. Maybe I can do a little bit more. And I just happen to place somebody on my map right next to Dawn Holt's missing date. So I reached out, and this is how I connected with Light the Way. I reached out to Light the Way and said, hey, here's the background on this. Can you help? And instead of saying they'll do it, they said, I can help you do it. And I'm like, I don't know if I want to do it. I don't know if I'm brave enough. I don't know if I have the bandwidth, the brain space, the attention. I don't know if I'm going to say this, it's going to come out very wrong. I don't know if I have the care enough to do this.
Yeah.
And I got incredible guidance from Light the Way. They said, you could do this, and here's how you might do this. And you could do this, and here's how you might say this. And I got guidance. They didn't tell me do this. They said, if this is your plan, consider this. And I had conversations with them. And at the same time, I reached out to my intermediary who was closer with Dawn's family and said they might have a connection that can get more awareness. And then suddenly everything went from Amish buggy, horse and carriage to Formula 5, fucking racetrack shit. And when I'm under stress and under pressure, what I do instantly and effectively is create action plans. Like I can dissimulate everything and create super detailed plans. And what I was thrown into that night was an impromptu conversation with Dawn Holt's sister. And listening to Dawn Holt's sister, her name is Sherry, listening to Sherry and what she's gone through for 20 plus years, I'm like, I am literally, here's my soul. Here's the deed to my soul. Take it. You own me. And I committed myself to the Dawn Michelle Holt case.
Because in your head, you said it earlier, you always think of this, oh, well, I've been through nothing. Fuck that. Look at what they're going through. Is that what your head did?
So I felt like, all right, I can do things. I've learned things. I have support behind me. I wanted to give the case to Light the Way, but Light the Way said, let's help you do it. Let's teach you how to be an advocate. Let me give you our experience for advocacy and build you up to be an advocate. And, you know, at the same time, everything with Stacey Reddish, Dawn Michelle Holt case was happening. And I'm like, all right, a part of me felt pissed off that Light the Way wouldn't take it, and they pushed it back on me. But the fact that they pushed it back on me meant that Dawn was still left alone.
Mhm.
And I couldn't tolerate that. So I was like, all right, I'm fucking gonna do this.
You thought you were given a burden, but you were given a favor. They did do you a favor. They created something in you.
Absolutely.
And I truly think one day you're going to do what, if you're not already doing it. I would say that the advice you gave me is maybe a starting point. If I'm sure you've done it before, but it feels like you're doing that for other people. I think that could be your calling in addition.
Yeah. I mean, I can't stop people from posting the Mary video.
But you can say this is how,
but I can
you don't do
educate
that
on the effects of it. And everything that, like, Dawn Holt's case had, you know, 2 blurry images that were on NamUs and on Charlie Project, excuse me, and on a couple of other websites. And I just said, you know, I went there. I think initially I did it with the Catch List signature. And that evolved into the Light the Way, and subsequently Light the Way Gabby Petito signature. But, you know, I said, you know, I am the lead official advocate in tandem with Dawn's sister and Dawn's daughter. We got Dawn's NamUs page updated to the beautiful, you know, picture of her in the burgundy dress and the vibrant smile, not a pixelated black and white image that you can barely see her face. And
I bitch about that all the time. It's my biggest thing. Dude,
Yeah,
you just named my pet peeve. It's give me a picture of them that looks like them, but is also not demeaning to them.
Yeah. So with Dawn's case, we not only changed updated NamUs, Charlie Project, like 6 other websites that they gave me shit, but I still got it anyway, so I'm not gonna name them. Fuck them.
Yeah.
But we updated NamUs itself. There was no official case officer in charge of Dawn's case. We got that assigned. We got her case going for listed as initially a missing person to a murder case. Where there was no case officer assigned, there became one assigned. We developed, I mean, there was so much work done.
Yeah.
So many different people. We developed leads that Maryland State Police did not have. We shared that we offered investigative avenues to go down. We believed, and I can share this because I'm enabled to, and I'd like to do a bigger podcast on this, and I have a couple of things in the works. But, you know, we developed information on where we believe Dawn was not only murdered but buried surreptitiously. And, you know, through I initially filed a freedom of information request, which was denied. I appealed, it was denied. I went through the ombudsman's phase, but all of the legal stuff aside, what we were able to do was build a relationship with the law enforcement officer who was now assigned to the case. So you're talking 28 years with no case officer.
And a FOIA appeal is no joke. We did a whole episode on that. We talked about the Middleburg case and about that kid and the 10-year rule for some of them. You can't have a lead for 10 years. And then even if you don't, they still fucking fight you. To develop a relationship.
They fight you
that
left
process
and right.
is hard.
Yep. They fight you left and right.
You're literally going to war with someone while making peace with them. That is insane to me.
That is the best way to say it, dude. Like, that's the fucking best way.
It's hard.
You're going to war with somebody you need as your best friend.
Yep.
And it's ironic because, you know, I had a lot of inroads. The things that I'm going to say the things we did for Dawn's case hadn't been done for 20 plus 25, 28 plus years.
That's two appeal. I would argue in the appeal, that's double the amount of time legally that you guys got. So you got a second chance, but you didn't pull that dick card. You somehow became friends with that. Like, I'm telling you, communication is such a fucking thing.
Well, that's the blessing of light the way, because my experience with Suffolk County Police Department, I mean, I used to literally do posts on Twitter about how Suffolk County, you know, SAPD will stop traffic on the Southern State fucking Parkway so 6 fucking ducklings can cross the fucking.
I remember.
You know, like, are you fucking guys killing me? There's a serial killer out there. What the fuck?
You guys there's a profile of ducks,
but yeah, like,
they're doing fucking dance kinetics. There was a serial killer when they were doing dance kinetics. Did you see the first video, Raul?
Yeah,
you want to be mad? You want to cry?
Yeah, I mean, I sat there and said, like, you guys are sitting there, you know, helping, you know, an 80-year-old person change their fucking tire on their flat tire, but you got a serial killer in your fucking backyard. Like,
that's what Whitey Bulger did. He bought groceries for old women and hand delivered them while he was murdering people.
Yeah, and I know I was belligerent back then, you know, and I've changed because of the task force and my connections, you know, within that, and you know, but that's just growth. That's evolution. That's maturity.
You're good at adjusting your thinking, which is another thing you try to preach. You have to.
You have to. If you stay in that lane and you don't evolve, then you become as irrelevant as anybody wearing a pink scrunchie.
Dude, we actually, do you know about our scrunchie thing? I give those away. We have scrunchie gang, dude. See, that's why I think maybe I'm a little Libra, because ever since I saw John Ray with that rat tail and that scrunchie, I live to mock that, man. I'm sorry, John. Don't do that. Don't wear that. I have a line of scrunchies I put out. That's me not being long game. That's me going, I'm going to torment you every day over the scrunchie mishap. Okay. I'm going to torment you over dressing like a goddamn $6 clown at the Ringling Brothers Circus who tortures elephants. Like, don't wear that shit while accusing a child of doing heinous things and then showing me a still shot from the show Hannibal and trying to convince me that this proves shit. Like, what a waste of time. What a terrible person. Take that scrunchie off, sir. You're embarrassing us.
I mean,
it's a reminder. Don't be that person. Put your scrunchie on and behave.
At the very bottom of it all is you're compromising your own case.
Big time.
So, you know, that's all I'm going to say on that. I've said more than my
velvet scrunchie nonetheless. See, I don't know much about fashion. Okay, I just learned today you can't wear black in court if your family did some shit. That the optics look bad. It makes sense now because someone in the chat said it's a mourning color and it's symbols. I mean, won't get it.
Asa wore the black roses. Hello.
I had no idea, but now I'm sitting here going, oh shit. Oh fucking shit. I know when I've seen disrespectful and it's a velvet scrunchie on a lawyer with a rat tail. That's disrespect. Okay, I can spot that from a mile away. But I'm just showing you that's how egregious it was what he did, and not fashion egregious. I mean, just ethically, morally, society egregious. He ruined velvet scrunchies that day, and I'm bringing them back. And I'm telling you, I knew that was wrong, but I didn't even know the black flower thing. That's how bad that is. What he did.
I don't care about the outfits. I don't care about the canes. I don't care about the drama. That's what lawyers do. That's whatever. At the end of the day, if you're disingenuous and you're counterproductive to your own cases, you know, especially about a case I care about, I'm going to call you out on.
What did he say? This isn't about making money off the family. This is about the estate of Shannon. I went, excuse me?
Because he's not making money off of anything. And he's not doing anything for the estate of Shannon Gilbert other than compromising it. You know, but you know, I don't necessarily want to reignite that drama.
Well, let's
but
do this. I have one more question to ask you, and I feel like
Ask away.
it's the pinnacle question. I've wondered it since the
Oh,
day I
boy.
met you.
Do I need to fill my drink up?
Yeah, because it's about, I need you to know it's not out of disrespect. I am genuinely asking you this question. The fuck are you going to call yourself when Rex gets convicted?
Oh my God. So I started
Thoughtless?
that within a day or two after he was arrested. I put a tweet out there saying, how do I evolve this?
Are you going to be thoughtless, or are you going to be catch the others?
I think, and this
Can't
is,
you catch them all? That's Pokemon.
I think at this time, I'm just going to stay with Catch List because that's where people know my platform and they understand the advocacy level of it all.
Sassy has a good one.
What's that?
Listless.
Listless. Oh, I like that.
I like that too.
I mean, right now it's Fry Lisk.
Oh,
my God,
Fry
sorry,
List.
yeah.
Oh, you mean Friday? Like Friday hearing? Or are you talking Fry List like the electric
Fry
chair?
Lisk. I do Fry Lisk all the time. I've been doing Fry Lisk lately. But it's funny. So I have a contact who gives me a lot of shit, but she can because she's special. And maybe one day I'll share who she is. But she had said, like, it's time to change Catch List. List has been caught. I'm like, well, List has been caught right now for 3 murders.
Well, I'm glad I didn't say that to you then, because then you have it from all directions.
I mean, I was like, List, I believe List could be 60 plus to 100. So Catch List is still viable. She's like, yeah, but List is caught. I'm like, all right, so you're not swaying me more, Do you want me to, I got to be careful here. Do you want me to acknowledge that List has been caught? I acknowledge that every day.
Yeah.
I don't have to change the handle. I also want, and I think I posted on Twitter, I want the handle, if you will, to evolve. So that's why I've changed like the background on Twitter to the map, because my advocacy has evolved.
Yeah.
It's developed, it's been birthed, it's evolved into many more things.
You made a map, baby.
But the core of who I am is Catch Lisk. And I don't see right now a need to change it. If any one person of the families asked me to change that, I would change it tomorrow. That's just the priority I put on them. But I don't necessarily see a need to, cancel Catch List, because
Well, don't cancel it.
7 is only 7 of what I think he's capable of or probable of. So Catch List isn't going away anytime.
Well, now I have 2 questions. Well, actually, one is a thing I wanted to present to you. It's a thought. If you were to not cancel it, but if you were to change it, I do have a suggestion that I've thought a lot about.
Okay,
and I think tonight talking, you confirmed it. I think if you change it, if it's available, you should change it to just Raul. And by that, I mean the word just and then Raul. And here's why. You say just a lot. And I feel like that is part of your selfless nature. Any question I asked you tonight, you would always slip in, who the fuck am I? I'm just a guy. That type of thing. Well, I just blah, blah, blah. This person, it's like your own personal feelings, I feel like are very minimal. You feel like they're minimal comparatively in that. And I don't mean you're comparing yourselves to them, because you don't seem to do that. It feels very subconscious. You're like, I'm just a fucking guy. My favorite scene in any comedy, which I believe all comedy comes from some tragedy, is in a Kids in the Hall movie called Brain Candy, when David Foley comes in and gives this he just drops a bombshell on these scientists, and he has a lab coat. He looks like a scientist, and they all turn around and look at him and go, well, who are you? And he goes, just a guy. And then he just walks off. It makes me laugh so hard, because it's like, he's right. He's just a guy. Like, you don't need to worry about it. I always attribute when someone says, well, I'm just, in my head, if they say it a lot, I'm like, person does not realize this person doesn't realize how important they are. And I don't know why I think that, but it's because when people say just, they're like, I'm just a guy to me.
I mean,
do that a lot. Just Raul.
I think it's important to me to maintain a status of being humble because I'm not a victim. I'm not a victim family. I can care about them, but that's not equivalent to what families have gone through, or any victim or possibly surviving victim. What I can say is I know the impact that I've left. I'd be arrogant if I said or diminished it, because that's just stupid. Like I know that I have
on purpose. I think in your head you really feel like I'm a blip.
Well, I mean, in comparison,
I'm a blip on a map.
I mean, look at what the initial victims' families have done. They raised money organically through charity or events to raise money for private investigators. Sorry. You know, these people have done the grunt work.
They have.
You know, here I am sitting here putting programs and databases and collecting information. They were out there, you know.
Yeah.
They were out there.
I mean, we get that. We get that.
But it doesn't.
You do need to give yourself credit one day.
Yeah,
one day, chill out.
I mean, I do. I don't diminish what I've done. I know the map is significant, and the map is LISC and separate from LISC. But I also know that with regards to LISC, building friendships with the families that I'm close with is important to not only to me, but important to them. And with some of them, I talk about things that they can't really talk about with anybody else, even amongst themselves, because some of these scenarios are horrific.
Yeah.
And you know, you just can't sit there and talk to your neighbor Betty about, you know, this and that, you know, and it takes somebody that's nuanced and sensitive and understanding, but willing to talk about the horrific things that might have happened. And that's where I say these friendships are a blessing and a burden, because it's a blessing that you're close to them. It's a blessing that you can offer them some embrace of care and understanding or communication. It's a burden because you're going to take on a lot of their suffering. It's just natural. You're naturally going to adopt some of the sorrow, the misery, the fear, the anger, the angst.
Yeah.
It's derivative. It's a natural component of friendship, and that's what it is. Your best friend, you're happy for their engagement. Your sorrow for their parent passing.
You feel when they feel like twins.
But that's what genuine friendship is. So you feel it, you know, and this is, it's not to equate it the same or less or more. It's just wholly different.
Yeah.
And it's something uniquely different because this is, in this case, it's serial murder, and it encompasses somebody that's so inherently evil and sadistic that it's incomprehensible.
It's empathy. That's just being able to look at them and go like, yeah, you feel sorrow, but it's not like you feel like it's not as deep as what they're going through. It's just different.
I mean, it's that level of incomprehensibility. Is that a word?
Yeah, you're using a lot of big words tonight.
I know. I probably had to
And
drink
you're
too
using
much.
them correctly, which is really bothering me because I don't do that. And
I try to be on point. I really do.
dude, you're sauced and you're totally on point right now. And you're using big words, and I'm fucking amazed. And I'm just like sitting here stone like, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. But also, you said something earlier about you said, who wants to just listen to someone say about all these horrible things that have happened to them? Dude, do you have someone in your family who does? Because my head immediately went to 2 people in my family who I'm like, oh, they would fucking love that.
I don't talk to anybody about this. I mean,
dude,
the people I all right, so it's sort of segmented because you can't just I who know a lot, I can't talk about it to anyone. There's a lot of things that I can't share because it's just not right.
No, I know, but I'm saying the victims'
ethical
families, they're going through it, and you were saying that they
I will share this.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna give it a time frame other than since Rex has been arrested.
Mhm.
There's been a period of time where a family member could not process information without going down a deep, dark, frightening place.
Yeah.
And the people around this person were unable or struggling to find security for them to do that with this person. I said I would be willing and honored to explore this conversation and look at these things and contemplate it and face the horror of it. And this is why I don't cry anymore. This is why I'm not able to cry anymore. I want to cry. I feel the urge and the need and the desire to do that. But it's for me, who's not related, not a part, not this, not that, yet so empathetic, it's impacted me profoundly. And to explore some of the possible scenarios that went on, I still can't say if it's a burden or an honor because it's so deeply personal. It is so intimate. It is so
life-changing.
It's I mean, it changed my life.
Yeah.
So to be trusted to participate in that conversation, to be able to respectfully conversate. That's not a word, but I'm going to say it anyway.
No, conversate is a word.
I don't think so.
Converse. Fuck. You're right. It's converse.
I know. But to have that
bothered both of us.
To be able to engage at that level, to give honest perspectives, opinions, and thoughts on that, to be able to listen to someone else's honest perspectives and thoughts on that, and to spend time in that horrible space, it changes you, man. Like it really does. But at the other end, it also brings you closer. And
it is hardcore trauma bonding.
It's is like trauma extreme. Bonding. Yeah. It is. But what it also does for me, yes, I'm trauma bonded. Yes, I'm victim centric. Yes, I'm even victim biased. But what it does for me, it makes me a much more profoundly defender of these girls, of these families, and I fucking will fight for justice. If it means that I gotta be careful if I'm gonna say it anyway. If I jump the fuck out of my seat and launch over the fucking barricade and try to strangle Liz myself, but that's never gonna happen.
Dude, I would take a screenshot and put it on merch. I'm gonna be honest with you. Please forgive me for that, but I would do it. And I'm just telling you as your friend, I would absolutely do that.
I will tell you this.
I would
So
put the money towards Light the Way, though.
last week, do it the season of justice. Light the Way's not 501c yet.
Whatever. I'd let you pick from jail because I would immediately be putting money on your books. Like, dude, that was so fucking bad.
I will tell you a
scared
couple of
that.
things. One that I shared publicly, and one that I really haven't yet. So publicly the other
It's
day,
another threat. I'm just give this your second chance to not do it.
You're all good. I'm going.
Okay,
forward.
good. Go for it, bro. What?
So
what are you gonna do next?
At the court, I posted and I put it out there that so when Rex comes in, he's unhandcuffed and he's allowed to sit freely at the defense table.
Did you see his weird finger, dude?
I saw everything.
His finger's like this. It's sideways.
He's fucking massive.
I think someone broke it.
Bro, he's massive.
So big.
He's twice the size of the hand of the 6'3" guard.
Dude, his wart looks like my big toe, dude. He's fucking huge.
So it's very impactful when he walks in. So there's silence before he comes in. So he comes in, and
this is a tuba, dude. Like a tuba. When he walks in, just to calm everyone down.
I want to like
play a
humorize it, but you can't because this is the guy that I've been thinking of for.
He makes me so uncomfortable. I have to joke about it, or I will get genuinely scared. That dude looks like he fucking did it, which I never say about anybody. I'm like, show me the evidence. No, this dude fucking looks like he did it. He's terrifying as fuck. He has the aura. He has the look. Yeah. He's got Dutch boy hair, which fucks me up. I don't like it.
It's different every day. It's disgusting. So last week, after a recess, when he came back in, I sit in the third row towards the right side because if no one's sitting here and here, I have a direct line of sight to him. So where I'm sitting, and he comes in after this pseudo recess, Asa and Vicky aren't back in the courtroom yet. And he comes in and he faces the gallery, and it's not a big courtroom, but he faces the gallery. But this time was different because his eyes found mine and the person I was sitting next to. Now, I've had a couple of visceral reactions being in court. The first one was when Sandra Castilla's name was named on June 6th, and he smirked as if like, what the fuck? Like, I launched up. If it wasn't for Bear holding my hand, like I probably would have.
Dude, Bear was there. Is he okay?
Bear is fucking thriving.
Good.
He
knows this is all because of him.
Thriving.
This is all because of him. And
Bear is thriving.
Good. I love Bear.
Oh, I love Bear. I talk to Bear all the time. I adore that man. It's my
Tell
bud.
him I love him. Ask him what his Cash App is and tell him I love him.
He'll be back up in a couple of months, but he's thriving, and that makes me so beyond happy for him. I fucking love that man. But he also saved me because that day, like, we interlocked hands sitting there, and when I saw Rex make the face at Sandra, I lurched.
You white knuckled, dude.
I did, and like, we were holding each other. Like, I was saying, I'm gonna hold you back from doing something stupid, and you gotta hold me back from doing something stupid. Because
you're like Bubba and Forrest. You're like, I'll lean on your back, and you lean against mine, and we won't get in the mud.
But when Rex looked at me and the person I was sitting with, and she was in the chat. I don't know if she's in the chat anymore, but when he looked at both of us, dude, he looked me in the eyes, and then he looked my friend in the eyes, and I'm like, the air gets sucked out of you. Like, it doesn't get sucked out of you. The air just stops circulating. Like, everything stops. Everything stops.
Yeah,
that's brain stops. Like, your brain, my brain is active, and my brain stopped. I saw his eyes, and then it just, everything was like boom, boom, boom. And for
that's the second time because think about it. Bear's seen him before, right? Didn't he give a description?
Yeah.
So that means this is the second time, but 2 decades apart, that he has looked into that guy's eyes.
Yeah, Bear came with us to the June 6th bail application for the charges for Sandra Castilla and Jessica Taylor. So Bear was there with that. But Bear's been out thriving, building his life back up. The man is incredible. He looks amazing. And he's coming back to the area. And he'll be
Dude.
here going forward. So
He fucking rules. And also, I love that Star Z said this. Bear robbed his ass. That's true. He did. Good for him. Fucking good.
yeah.
Dude, fucking good. At least he got on him on one. Fucking hate Rex, dude. That makes me so mad that he would smirk.
Yeah, he smirked at Sandra, which really upset me. And luckily I had
Wait, what was the judge? What was the exact line the judge said when that happened? Do you remember? Because you remember shit.
It wasn't
like
the judge, it was the prosecution.
What did they say? The line.
They were talking about the indictment for Rex,
Okay.
and they actually accused Rex in the moment and of the murder of Sandra Castilla, and Rex went like this. Like he literally moved back. And I moved forward. Like I was like, and that's when I got held back because I was like,
but he smirked when he did that.
He smirked like, what the fuck?
So here's what's interesting. He in the reports, they talk about some of the shredding software that he used, but the dates going back on some of it, I was like, this is really old. Like in my head, it was post 2010. You know what I mean? And then I was like, wait, let's look at the actual dates when this shit was popular. And some of it literally came out in the early 2000s, late 90s. And it was right around the time the document was changed. You know what I'm talking about, where it had the different codes. And I started thinking about it and I was like, oh my God. And this would coincide with this specific phone. And if you look at that mapped out like you do, like you look at it and it's like, oh my God, you can see the ping. You can see the year, and then you see what was going on digitally. Then you look forensically at the computer, and it's not even technically an app, but the program. And those years line up. And then you think about when that happened, when Sandra happened. A lot of people go, oh, the 90s, they act like it's a huge switch. We're talking 2000, 2001 to what, 94, 97, 94. That's like 5 years. It's not that far apart.
Yeah.
So if it would have been post that murder, what was he getting rid of? What was he shredding? Well, you would consider if he did it, which I think he did, obviously, it would be that. But when you look at his next shredder, his next data dump, it's like 5 or 6 changes of info. And
yeah, I mean, you look at the other document that I have, which is
so what's before that?
It's a like a quadruple document.
Yeah.
List victims, attributed victims, and his timeline. So in one of the tabs, there's a timeline of everything we know publicly about where Lisk is.
Yeah.
In relationship to attributed and in my estimation, probable Lisk victims. So yeah, that's all documented by the line. So whether it's every year, and people that I believe, whether it's Judith Velaz or Tanya Rush or Natasha Jugo or anybody, they're all lined up in proportion to where what we know publicly, which we gleaned out of depositions that he's given for his accidents and whatever lawsuits and whatever came out of the bail documents. So it's all documented, like that's all there.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of what we know, what we think we know, and what we know we don't know.
But here's the thing, why would he do it? Why would he do a data dump every 5 to 6 changes? Let's just say
hubris.
But think about it. The first one, would have been within a few years of Sandra, right? But why data dump one thing when all the other patterns of data dumps are after 5 or 6 things or multiple document changes? Like, I understand
Well,
he
this is
uses
what we know.
BlackBerry, but if you
This is-
include that, like, he didn't have enough. There's definitely going to be missing women in that 90s time frame. There's going to be more.
Absolutely. But this is all what we know publicly. You
Yeah.
know, like Tierney's not going to say, "Hey, here's my entire
Yeah,
fucking
true.
case in a bail document." So, you know, that's why, you know, on the personal side, we pray for an admission of guilt, a confession,
Huh.
because, you know, what came out on June 6th with the Jessica Taylor, Sandra Castilla bail document was horrific. We did not know the level of depravity. We surmised it, but we did not know how, you know, how deeply he was depraved or accused to be depraved.
I said it myself that's when I had to admit I was wrong, because I thought no one's been. I mean, I even said it to Melanie Little's face on her channel. I was like, nobody's that fucked up. Like, nobody goes backwards. Like, if that were the case, he would have Benjamin Button as far as MO goes. But like,
so here's the thing with Liz.
Started off disgusting, disturbing, sick, like at the worst.
Yeah, but this guy was, I mean, if you look at this full circle, he's a fucking moron, because
he's an idiot.
He got caught by his own stupidity.
Mm-hmm.
So even though he tried to be proactive, he was stupid, and he was stupid because he was arrogant, which is, you know, a failure of every
principle, dude. And he knew he
I
planned shit down like that. What an idiot.
He had an awareness that was singularly unique. Unless you are a contemporaneous serial killer right now, whether it's Connecticut or whatever, Lady Bird, whatever, but unless you're fully aware now, Rex is probably the most contemporaneous serial killer with an abundant awareness of everyone before him.
Yeah.
We know this.
He read all the books. He read the news. He studied it.
Aside from the book, the only person he responded to in correspondence from jail was Keith Jefferson. So, like, he had an awareness.
Fuck.
You know, it's like you're not sitting in jail accused of multiple murder, serial murder, and get a letter from some rando saying, "Hey, I'm the happy face killer. Hey, you know, here's what you should do." Like, who the fuck are you?
Yeah.
So there's an awareness. There's a fundamental awareness.
You know, he was into Ivanovitz too.
Yeah, he had an awareness of everything.
I mean, that's close to him. And Rifkin.
Serial killers, like, and I say this all the time, and it gets no traction, but whatever. It'll survive. It'll live. It'll live well. I say this all the time. If we sit there and we box rules for how serial killers act and are, we are idiots.
That's what Rex did.
Because
that's what Rex did.
We exist, like rational human beings exist in this place, but serial killers exist above that, outside of that. For us to presume that we can assess, judge, and predict a serial killer based on these parameters when they live in these parameters is stupid.
And you know what? In that vein, if you think about it, a serial killer who is active, right? They are someone who has not been caught. So what you said, when you operate within this vein, where you're taking everything that we know, whether it be John Douglas books, what you see on the ID network, what you see dumb YouTubers like me say, no matter what, you're operating in those boundaries based on what you've seen, what you've read, what you've heard. But in order for a serial killer to not get caught, so often they're doing something a little different, which is what I think Raul is saying, the outside. They're doing something that has led them to not be caught, which sometimes can be because of an inept police force. And maybe they are doing shit that's been done before. But when it's someone that gets away with as many as we think he's gotten away with, or is being tried for now, in addition to that, like when they are operating in that zone where they are active and they are killing in abundance, especially, that means that they are doing something that has not led them to be caught yet. Usually that's what works for them. And it's not always exactly what can be predicted, which is why a lot of these serial killers, as they end up getting caught, people go, well, what's the fucked up thing about this one? Oh, well, his parents were in a cult and he lived without electricity and he was in Alaska, but he operated by boat, by train, by plane, by automobile, and sometimes he hitchhiked, and then he would get a rental car, and then he'd always go on vacation, and he picked random people. And then, if you go further back, it eventually becomes, oh, he ate kids, or oh, they all have a different thing. But it's not just that. It's like what they did to not get caught can sometimes be different. Sometimes they can be cops who are fucking specially trained. There have been serial killers who are I'm just a construction worker. I do construction. There seems to be an abundance who like to operate mobily in trucking. That does not mean all serial killers are truckers. I would argue that if you're not a trucker, you're more likely in the out here category, because you don't have that presumption, which is why architect and giant fucking ogre, I mean, everybody, and I've said this, it's like, oh, like Ed Kemper, you always want to relate him to someone from the past. Like, oh, we should have caught that because he was a big fucking huge guy. But
well, that's the whole
people like that do that.
Yeah, like we always we rubber stamp our current knowledge and rubber stamp it to the past, try to apply it to the future, but it's not applicable. Anybody that sits there and relies solely on a profile, and listen, I mean, I caught a lot of shit for this, but I don't fucking care. John Douglas definitely drove awareness. So did incredible academics like Catherine Ramsland, and even
Don't say it.
Gary Bricado.
Bruschetta.
But once you are willing to apply fantastical theories that cannot be substantiated in any way, shape, or form, in my opinion, you compromise your integrity.
And let's not punish the others for what Bruschetta did, because Douglas is Bay over here. Okay, I want to thank that, Daddy. Don't be talking.
Right. No, but I will say that many of John Douglas's
we all have that book. You understand?
I get it, but a lot of the concepts are slightly outdated.
Oh, totally. It was the 70s, dude. He was probably on acid.
Right, but we can't stay boxed in.
No, agreed.
Expertise from 30, 40 years ago.
Yeah. He's a decorated dude.
Evolve. When you take a serial killer that is fundamentally aware of who they are, he knows. Let's just say Lisk. Let me just Lisk is aware of who he is.
Yep.
He knows what he is.
We can work around
that people are before him. People have made mistakes. He can't change what he is, but he wants to protect himself and be able to continue to do it. So he's going to learn. He's going to adapt. He's going to alter. He's going to change. This is Lisk.
Yeah.
This is Lisk. Lisk had an awareness because of the John Douglas book. You can surmise it. I can't prove it, but I can surmise it. That he had an awareness.
He wrote it down.
He had an awareness of everybody from, Rodney Akala to,
he studied Evanescence, and he studied fucking Rifkin, and he studied fucking
had an awareness. That's why he changed his MO. And since I'm already a couple of drinks in, I'm gonna fucking go all the way in. I don't think that John Bittroff is responsible for Rita and Colleen's murder. And if their families are listening, I love you, you know that, and I'm sorry. But I don't necessarily believe that John Bittroff is responsible for their murders. I think because of the preponderance of probable evidence, knowing that there's multiple DNA samples on those tender young women, that Lisk could be one of them. And I think I think the Legal Aid Society is doing an incredible job for Suffolk County to compare the unknown hair samples and DNA samples
Oh, interesting.
against list samples, because John Bischoff might be a piece of shit as a human being, but if he's not a murderer, he doesn't belong in jail for the 10, 12 years he's already been in jail. And if Rex is the killer of that, then let's right the wrongs, set the fucking record straight, and literally let's give Rex List, the Long Island serial killer, the accountability he fucking deserves for every fucking victim that he took from this world.
Okay. Well, here's the thing. I'm going to give you heads up. First of all, great mic drop. I'm going to say something right now. I might have to adjust my thinking a bit, but I'm willing to, because I've always thought they got the right guy with Bitroff, because Dad did a 6-day deep dive where I took a lot of alpha brain, got a little high, and read everything I thought at the time, and then got a little Snoopy and read things maybe I shouldn't have read. And as I'm looking at
440?
it, huh?
Have you seen the 440?
Yes, and I also, here's the thing, I did a background check on a gentleman who worked at the lab who did the tests, and I did one on Teddy Hart, which is publicly and legally allowed.
Teddy Hart's an asshole.
Yeah, but I also did that because I had ulterior motives, because Teddy Hart, in another case that I'm actually working on, and I was like, this can't be the same fucking Teddy. He was never a cop and he's from Canada. What? And so I had another reason, and then that oddly diverged with the Bitroff shit. Also, finding court documents is very hard in that. Lots of FOIAs have been made. Lots of FOIAs have not been returned. But I will say this. I thought, after going deep into the situation with the DNA lab and what the fuss was, as far as they're inept, they're incompetent, why are people saying this? So I go into it and I start looking into it. And the exact thing that the main guy got in trouble for was sexual harassment. And he basically did a whole, hey, Sally, guess what? Let me tell you a dirty fucking joke about a vagina, or said twat at her and then smacked her on the ass. Like, it was some fucking Cotton Hill shit. And I was like, wow, what a dickhead. He deserved to be fired. But in my head, I'm like, but what was his record with the DNA? Like, how good was he at the DNA? And his record was fucking impeccable. The problem was he had a ton of other HR shit. And the more I read it, the more I was like, holy shit. Like, this guy was basically the guy from Anchorman with the cowboy, or on The Office. He's I can't remember the fucking actor's name, but he comes in and he's like, hey, Michael, I pissed in her salad. Like, he just did horrible things to people. He was just a piece of shit. He'd be like, women don't fucking manage. Come on, sweetie, get me. Like, that's this guy. But I'm like, yeah, but what's his record? But his record was good. So I kind of dropped it there. I maybe didn't give it due diligence, because it doesn't all hinge on that, does it? And when we look at the fact that Rex has been found responsible for one, it makes me wonder. Now, yes, Bitroff and his brother were pieces of shit when they were younger, but same with Burke. However, no evidence that either are tied to anything so far. There's but I would say, okay, there's circumstantial strong evidence for both, but the DNA thing, that to me set me firm in stone. However, you're telling me there's other DNA, there's other shit they can look at. Can we now? You presented something that I am so fucking mad at myself for not thinking of. So fuck you, but also thank you. And that is, it just occurred to me when you fucking told me this. They can run Rex's fucking, slop against the DNA in that pool and go, was he there too? And if so, that's a fucking problem. And
so
why not? If there is DNA that has yet to be tested, was never tested, or viable for testing in any facet, where now we're finding out there was another serial killer dumping right there doing the same shit.
So
then why the fuck not? Yes, do it. When it comes
to the DNA evidence on Rita and Colleen,
yeah,
we know that there was, between the two of them, a total of 6 different profiles of DNA contributors.
So
But I thought they had been tested, and then this one was on top. I thought this profile was on top.
Well, here's where it gets nuanced. So
Uh-oh.
it was tested, and Bitroff's DNA was present. So we know that John Bitroff had relations or interactions, physical
But
reactions.
the report said it was on top of the body.
Yeah, it's
Fuck.
technically it's on and in. So it depends on which
it's not
one.
the
So
only.
between Rita and Colleen, there's on, there's in, there's vaginal, there's anal. So
that's a problem.
It's undeniable that Bitroff was
had there
physical interaction with them. But the important thing to know in this case, considering the overlapping ramifications, is that there was a total of 6 male profiles present between the 2 girls.
Oh.
So if Rex is one of those 6 male profiles, you got to stop and take a look. That's
and
one.
Rex checked up. Bitroff was the first that he checked up on.
Well, according to the prosecution at that time, there was the theory of sperm density. So sperm density, as the theory was proposed, was the earlier the sperm donation, the already degraded factor in it. The least amount means the most recent. Therefore, if John Bitroff is the least amount, the most recent, he's the killer.
Well, what I read was placement on top.
Yeah,
like layered, and then you got on top.
You can't qualify that though, because here's the thing: when it comes to this, is going to become a little gross, but
Astria talked about this in court.
No, and they might eventually, but I don't see how Astrea has anything to do with the Bitroff case.
Oh wait, no, you're right. I was thinking in Rex terms.
So when it comes to Bitroff and the donation of DNA, they say that Bitroff was the last one, and his sperm was the last to die. Therefore, it must be his. Yeah. So there's some quantitative problems with that theory, and this is gonna get gross. So
it's fine.
Fuck it. And the amount. Let's just use me as an example. The amount of sperm I produce at any given moment, which is exponentially different from any other given moment that I produce, meaning that if I produce ejaculate that has been how do you say this?
I'm confused because I thought he was a non-secretor, like he secreted.
No,
there's no live semen in it.
No, so if I hold up ejaculating for a week to 10 days, it's much more pronounced.
Yeah.
Versus if I do it more frequently, the density is less. So the prosecution said that the sperm density in Bitroff's case meant that his sperm died more recently is indeterminate, because taking me 58 years old, whatever, male,
age matters because production
so many other factors matter. My sexual activity, all a million different factors come into play.
Yeah.
So my stature, let's just say I'm 50, let's just say I'm 58 years old.
Okay.
Everything that I am right now, I present, and you have an identical person or somewhat identical person.
Yeah.
My DNA contribution through sperm may not be identical to the person right next to me.
Yeah.
So therefore, we're not identical, and it is in the lowest common denominator. Bitroff can't possibly be the same contributor, especially when there's multiple contributors
present on both girls.
Yeah, so in a way, okay.
And that's just the
Basically,
DNA evidence. There's physical evidence
that's a
regarding
great defense argument, to be honest. It's a great defense argument.
exactly.
Because it's like you can't they're trying to what your statements are, they are trying to quantify. Basically, this test specifically risks quantification being a factor in determining a time frame, and that's not how it is.
And
Because
and,
if
and
someone
here's
sperms less, then
right.
it's going to affect them by being bumped down the ranks of
Right.
possibility.
And here's the
and
most
that's not fair. Okay.
right. And here's the other thing, all the
That is a good
elemental
point.
things I said about me. Let's take me out of the picture. There is no scientific definitive accounting of live immediate sperm going into a person that is deceased. So you cannot qualify the duration or longevity of sperm in a deceased person.
So what I was reading made mention of secretors versus non-secretors, and I had presumed it did this because perhaps they were insinuating. I should have just not taken this as the word, I guess, insinuating that perhaps Bitroff might have been a non-secretor in that he still secreted, but it didn't have live sperm in it, and that differentiated it. You're telling me it's actually
how do you even qualify that? How do you
true?
You can't qualify that. You'd have to sit there and go, well, he's impotent to have no quality of donation.
This is the point.
Validate that either. So
you can't standardize something that is not standard.
Everything we're talking about should
and
ought to fall under the umbrella of reasonable doubt.
That's a good point. Sperm needs tissue to stay alive. It actually does, because it will die.
So
it has 72 hours.
What we're holding on to is now that the Tierney said that they're not going to look into the already convicted case of John Bitroff, but all that changes when Rex is convicted and his DNA gets into CODIS, because one of the before that happens, but it'll eventually that happen. But before that happens, the Legal Aid Society under Maricocha, she's going to attempt to force that DNA to be compared against all the other male DNA donations on the two girls to see if any of them are Rex. If any of them are Rex, then the previous convictions on John Bitroff fall apart, and John Bitroff is coming home.
Listen, I'm not against that. I mean, here's the thing: whoever did it deserves to be in prison, and if there's any chance that Rex did it, and
I mean, you got to look at it.
Prove that we need to do it.
You got to look at all the other factors. You got to look at a couple of other factors too. So when which one? I think it was Colleen.
No, YouTube, you can't put the DNA in CODIS unless there's a charge.
Not in New York. You need a conviction.
A conviction.
But you look at
Colleen, charge against one person, but not all of CODIS.
You got to remember, look at one of the MOs from Lisk is calling people. So Colleen was discovered because of an anonymous phone call to law enforcement about a body. Now, can that just be an innocent bystander saying, hey, shit, I thought I saw a body. I don't want nothing to do with it.
That could be Rex.
Report it. It could be, but it could also be Rex when you look at the histrionics of Rex calling, Sarah Cons, Amanda.
Never called law enforcement, but that would be bold, and so was that. If you think about his behavior on the bodies being bold, his ego was probably bold.
But you're also looking at you're looking at the early 90s too. So an established signature or preference isn't necessarily in place just
yet.
So there's no definitives when it comes to serial killers. That's why I always say the box that people apply to serial killers is bullshit, because it's a fucking serial killer. Like, They don't have to follow the rules we think they ought to follow, or
Well, if
because
they're getting away with it, they're
104
probably
follow.
not.
Yeah, the smart ones will say, "Oh, I know that they do this, so I'm gonna
do this.
do all of this instead."
And that's what Rex did until
that's-
he got caught. And now
that's it.
he's in the box. And now we got to think outside that. And
Exactly.
people always would say the same about it. Well, maybe, that makes no fucking sense. Maybe Israel Keys did it. We got to have something else here, you know?
Exactly.
But at the
everything
same time,
everything evolves. Everything
Yeah.
evolves.
Everything evolves.
And good evolves and honor evolves, but so
sometimes
does
they
evil.
devolve in some areas and
Evil
evolve in
evolves.
others because they get old and their backs hurt.
Yep. Exactly. So
Dude, this has been a great interview. We have gone 4.5 hours.
oh my god, I am so gonna be fucked tomorrow, but I'm just
Yeah,
gonna
you
go
are.
work late.
I'm gonna go watch Meerkat Manor.
Oh my god, Flower.
Flower. Let me remind you of your biggest trauma before we go. Remember fucking Flower? Is that a Leo thing of me?
I'm gonna fuck with you back,
Remember
and I'm
when
gonna
Mufasa
post a
died?
picture of Flower before I go to bed tonight.
I'm gonna make you a Catch List logo with Flower. Just poke it up.
She was so brave. Oh my god, she
was so fucking
generated. She produced like at least 4, I think, generations of Meerkats before she sacrificed her life.
Listen, Roman Reigns created the bloodline and then they sacrificed their own so that he can be tribal chief. So I fucking get it. All right. I get everything that Flower went through because of a thing I saw in wrestling. So I feel that.
I love Flower. Oh my god, she's
I
my
love
spirit animal.
WrestleMania. By the way, speaking of, do you want to see something crazy that was pointed out to me and I can't take credit for? Check this out. This is Taylor Shabusiness screaming WrestleMania in court as she does what you wanted to do to Rex. Watch this.
I'm just getting but I saw that.
He fucking left.
I'm here.
Ah, he got me. I did not expect that.
No, I had to get my charger. My fucking laptop's about to die.
Oh, dude. Hey, I gotta go anyway.
Me too. I'm just leaving my shit charger on the table tonight.
But dude, this was a great interview. That was really fucking funny. I like popped back and you're just gone. I was like,
I just want to say I love you. I appreciate our friendship. You've taught me so many things, and I appreciate that. You've mediated on things that were important that I would just rather move on from. I love you. I just want peace in my life, but if I have to go in the shitter, then I'm in the shitter and I'm ready for that. I love your audience. I love your show. I laugh spontaneously, and I think that is one of the greatest gifts a human being can give to somebody else. So I fucking love you, bro, and I appreciate you. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to talk about the girls and how much they mean to me. I'm grateful for the map because I think it's underrated and could be a profound positive in our space. But overall, man, I fucking love you, dude. And
dude, I love you too, bro.
I'm grateful for you.
I love you too. And listen, I mean, that Meerkat, like, yeah, people had to die that day, but I'm gonna keep making fun of you for that. So don't expect that to stop.
I shared way too fucking much tonight, but it's all good.
That was hilarious. That was my favorite part. We're gonna make
that's who I am. That's who I am. I don't care about sharing.
You're just a Meerkat dad. Like you just had to do you had to do what you had to do, bro. Dude, I'm so gonna get that clipped of like everyone dying and the mom Meerkat.
You just gotta get the real Flower image, though. You gotta get the real Flower. I don't want to see an imposter Meerkat,
dude.
No imposter Meerkat.
I'm gonna tell my fucking mom she's gonna start crying because I reminded her of Flower.
Oh my god! I mean, Flower deserves. You know what? I'm gonna fucking put
justice
Flower.
for Flower.
I'm gonna put Flower on the fucking map tomorrow.
Dude, put Flower on the map. Dude,
I'm putting Flower on the map. I'm putting Flower on the map.
You're gonna kill Flower? Is that what you're saying?
Flower deserves to be on the map.
Justice for Flower, dude. We're gonna ship you a Meerkat.
A little fluffy. Oh my
Just a little
god.
meerkat.
A
We're
little
gonna get,
furry.
an actual meerkat that's gonna live in your house.
I don't want a real one. No, because
Dude,
I
they're
can't.
vicious. I'm gonna ship you a honey badger. Dude, listen, you are the fucking bomb. We appreciate everything that you have said and done. I appreciate everything you've said or done. I think you're a real ass motherfucker. Okay. I think that one day you'll sit down on a tree like the giving tree and you'll be like, now I have a place to sit because you've been doing hella work. And maybe kick back in a love sack. I don't know. Like just fucking enjoy, just find comfort, because you've done a ton of work and I hope that one day you can rest. And just hearing you talk about your daughter, you're such a good fucking bomb ass dad. And we love you. And we just thank you for everything you do for victims. You are truly an advocate. If anybody talks shit about you, I will commit murder and I will go to prison. And then I will be like Martha in jail. I'll start a line of linens. And if you lunge at fucking Rex, I will make product out of it.
That's
And
all
you can
good
bet
for
your
me.
ass that. And also, like, I learned a lot about sperm tonight. I learned a lot about advocacy. I learned about meerkats. I learned about the fucking bullshit moon, bullshit fucking astrology bullshit. And I learned that I have to watch 6 Feet Under. So God bless you. And if you don't believe in God, Satan bless you. And let's just get that fucking justice, bro.
I'm fucking dying. I love you. I love your platform. You're amazing.
Everyone say bye to Uncle Catchless, who's one day gonna be Uncle Got him or whatever.
Uncle Flower. Uncle Flower.
Uncle Flower. Uncle Flower. Fucking hashtag justice for Flower. If you enjoyed this,
Justice for Flower. Yes.
justice for Flower. Hashtag justice for
That
Flower.
woman sacrificed her life for her family.
She was a meerkat. All right, I'll see you later, dude.
I love you. Bye.
Dude, Meerkat Manor, dude. My mom loved that show. She used to be like, hold on a second, Kate, hold on. And I'd be like, what? And then she'd just tell me some fucking bullshit, some animal name, I don't know, Powder or whatever the fuck. This one got mad because this one's in his home and it dug a fucking hole. And I'm like, what? She's like, are you talking about the neighbors? No, she was talking about fucking Meerkat Manor. And now I gotta watch it. I really gotta see what that's about. They are really cute. They like poke their heads out. They look around. That's real fun. Meerkat Manor. Let's fucking look it up. Like now I kind of want to see. I mean, Dylan watches a thing. I don't know what it's called, like Monkey Hour or something. It's like on the Nature Channel. And it's just monkeys living. And it's like, oh, the mother monkey cannot sacrifice her young. She has to put him on her back. And it's like, oh, okay. So she just put it on your back then. And then like, it's like, oh, but a gorilla saw it and now it has killed the monkey because this gorilla's mad because it doesn't want a boy monkey. And I'm like, whoa, what's happening? This baby's dying. And like, I look at that and I'm like, oh, it's a circle of life. But if it's anything like March of the Penguins, I might get upset because if they, like, it sounds like they name them. If they're doing like voiceovers, which I can't recall, this is me being a bit of a McAlbert. I can't recall if they do voiceovers, but if they do and they have separate personalities, I might cry. Here's a 1 minute and 30-second clip. Oh shit. Could it get us in trouble? Let me find one that's not from Animal Planet. Here's Meerkat Kingdoms. Oh, good. This can't get us in trouble. Everything's mirrored. I don't know if it'll be. Guys, this one's Sally ported. Okay. So I don't know if it's going to work, but it's inverted like the Sally port. And here, let's see what's going on. Can you guys even see it? No. What happened? Oh, I need to add it. There we go. What's going on there? By the way, you can you can add Catch Lisk with Catch_Lisk on Twitter, and I'm gonna put his link tree below. I'll put it again in the chat. There you go. Or like, look, I can make a banner. I can make banner. Okay. Boom. All right, let's see what this little rat dog is about to do.
Flower.
Is she fucking Italian? Why does she have so many fucking kids? Maybe she's Irish. I don't know.
Known as the Whiskers. She's just a foot.
I don't know if I like that they call them gangs. Like, I feel like now I want to know which ones are the Bloods and which ones are the Crips. It's already putting me in a mood where it's like, well, how do we know which ones are which? And also, that one got bit by a snake and then everyone abandoned it. This sounds like my family. What's going on? Why does this one have a fucking, what is that? Does it have an invisible fence collar on it? I hate reality TV.
She will have her work.
I'm sorry I said that. I apologize. I actually really like reality TV. I apologize to anyone I've offended, especially Tiffany Pollard and Farrah Abraham. Please don't come at me.
Cut out for her if the extended family is going to survive what lies in store.
Yo, they're standing on people legs, like people. Like, that's fucking terrifying. That's really scary. Do we trust them?
Meet the Whiskers.
The fucking Whiskers, dude? Damn.
Flower, the leader of
Oh, this is the dead bitch? Oh, no.
Zaphod, her partner.
Yo, wait, what? Hey, that one was smiling. I love it.
For her if the extended family is going to survive what lies in store.
Hold on there.
Meet the Whiskers.
Oh, Zafar, what up? That is cute. That one looks like Mookie's. Okay, I get it now. Yeah, it does. It looks like Hoog. Oh my God. Also, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I wanted to say thank you, Sassy. Thank you, Darlene. Thank you, Sassy, again. Aw, that's how it looks. And thank you, Bridget. Thank you guys so much. And Rachel and Pat. I got it to auto start for me. Thank you guys. I didn't want to interrupt our boy. He was telling us all kinds of good stuff. He was crying at the Meerkats. Look at Zaphod or whatever his name is. Zargon. I don't know. He's pretty fucking cute. Mookie's, come here. He looks like you. He doesn't give a fuck. He doesn't give a fuck. Dude, he rules, dude. I think I'm in love, dude. Mookie.
Home for the Whiskers gang is 3 square miles of fierce.
Oh, they're like the Winter Hill gang, dude. Uh-oh. Oh, why did it minimize?
Fiercely defended bush in South Africa's Northern Cape, which is lives and
yeah, they're just like us. They stand around. That's pretty cool. I mean, it's creepy as fuck, but it's also kind of cool when you see their face. Actually, are they just a cuter human? Like, this is what we would look like if we had cute faces.
relationships.
Oh shit, Shakespeare is a hero? Look at that little dude. Yo, who's this guy touching on our dude? Yo, a ferret chewed a bitch's cheek off? What? Oh shit.
What? Key player in Flower's Royal Protection Squad
Yeah, you gotta give
is Zaphod. The
did they say Royal Protection Squad? Is this their RCMP? Man, what happened to Zavar's cheek? Who did that? I'm gonna beat whoever's ass did that. Dude, that is a cute meerkat. Yes, I am, dude. Yes, I am. Dude, speaking of giraffes, pussies, my little cousin's here. He painted me something one time when he was little. Wait, how old were you when you painted that giraffe? Jake, how old were you when you painted that giraffe? Never mind, he was a teenager. Anyway. It was so ugly. It was ridiculous. I'll find it. It's great.
Dominant male and father of the pups.
I need a clean bitch.
Her good book. And so, maximizing his chances of mating.
Killed her off yet. They're cleaning her. They're hooking her up with a fucking rub down. They're licking home. Zephar's just grooming his lady. He's grooming his lady. You don't like the narrator? Oh, Moogies, what's wrong? Oh, he's moving his butt on the ground. Okay, I gotta go. I gotta walk him, I think. And also he needs it here. I'm gonna fade out on this, you guys. I'm gonna listen. Okay, Meerkat Manor is cute. We're gonna finish it later. I can't get I just realized right now that the whole reason we were talking about it is because one of these fools dies, and now I like them. And I don't want that to happen. So I'm just gonna no spoilers, Raul, but I'm gonna pretend like I never heard that shit. Because I don't want to. I don't want to know that they die. That's fucked up. I'm a little bit too
Hi. You're both high.
So I'm not gonna watch that. We love you, dude. They're twerking in the dirty right now. Yeah, I don't want to know how it ends. I think it ends bad. I think they all fucking die. All right. And that's terrifying to me. I don't want to live in a world where that happens. Now I can never make fun of Raul again. But here's what I can do. I can tell you to go to christlinens.com. No, I'm just kidding. And also, I don't think that's the website. Oh, shit. All right. You guys want some Marcus updates before we go? Here we go. We're going to end on Marcus. Thank you guys so much for being here tonight. Justice for Flower. Don't forget to go to Catch List's page and add him and be nice to him. Otherwise, long game, he'll come back around and give you pop-ups. All right? So, don't talk shit on fucking Flower out in pubs because he'll fucking die for that meerkat, Anyway, Shabama and Marcus exit. Good night.
Marcus, you're a really cool Shabama entrance. I gotta do the same thing.
Oh, okay. Oh, that was sick, Marcus. That was really sick.
Okay.
Or sorry, Shabama Bob.
Let me do it again. Let me do it again.
Okay. Okay.
How did he do it?
I don't know. He just does a flip.
Disrespect me again, Robert.
I'm sorry, Marcus. It was a mistake. My bad, man. My bad. My bad, Marcus. I don't want any trouble.
You ruined my mood.
Okay.
My happy little tinkly mood.
I'm sorry, Marcus. I'll be nicer next time.
Home Depot to get more tortilla chips.
They have tortilla chips at Home Depot, huh? That's crazy. I didn't know that. All right. See you, Marcus.
You saw my Shabama roll? I worked so hard on it.
Oh, you did it.
My Shabama roll?
Can you do it again?
Yeah.
You steal a police car?
Who did that?
Well, okay. Where's your guys' vehicle?
Right here.
Ow! What the hell, man? You guys are stealing my car.
Let's go, Marcus.
Jimbo James. Get in.
Are you gonna go with them, Jimbo? You guys forgot Jimbo James. No, are you okay? Did they run you over? Oh, God damn it!
This isn't Jimbo James.
Oh, okay. Where's Jimbo James?
This is Jimbo James.
That's Jimbo James.
Yes.
This is the guy that escaped prison.
He only speaks Cantonese.
Oh, I'm sorry. Nice to meet you, Mr. J. I'm gonna be honest, Marcus. I was expecting. I don't know what I was expecting.
He's
but that's
doing
not
his best.
No, he looks like a really nice guy. Do you guys need a?
He's a convicted felon.
No, yeah, I've heard the stories.
Tactical roll.
Oh, that was a sick roll. What? Marcus? What's going on, man?
Nice to see you, Robert.
What are you doing in the middle of the street?
I can't find my Doritos spicy sweet chili tortilla chips.
Did you drop them in the middle of the street? I mean,
I dropped them.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, we can just get you a new bag. We don't have to look around here. This is pretty deep.
Watch this.
Okay. Wow, that was very interesting. You're falling through the floor. Yeah, I don't even know how you're doing that. Are you good?
You saved me.
Oh, okay. I'm just being a good friend, man. I'm just trying to help you out. Do you need a ride? Guys, you're blocking the door. Oh my God. What are you doing in here?
Yeah, all right, come on, push me through.
Guys, no, don't come in here. There's no food.
They're not appropriate.